This program is brought to you by cable franchise fees and generous donations from viewers like you.
Good evening. It's November 8th, 2021. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting is being conducted by remote participation. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the November 8th, 2021 meeting of the Amherst Town Council to order at 6:31. I'm going to call on each counselor by name. At that point, please unmute your mic, say present, and then make sure that we can hear you and we can hear you and you can hear us. And then please remember to mute your mic again. Shalini Balmilne. Please unmute and say present.
I think she was frozen and I think we lost her. Oh. Shh.
Okay, I'll come back to her. Alyssa Brewer.
Present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Darcy Dumont.
Here.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Johanneke.
Present.
Dorothy Pam. I'll come back. Evan Ross.
Present.
George Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Here.
Steve Schreiber.
Present.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Sarah Schwartz.
Present.
Okay, we seem to be having a couple different problems with computers.
Shalini has rejoined us.
Shalini Balmilne, please unmute, say you can hear us, and or say present.
Present.
Thank you. And has Dorothy Pam logged on? No. Okay. And Paul has let me know that he's having some computer problems. Paul, are you back with us? Okay. Thank you. There is no chat room for this meeting. If you have technical issues, please let Athena and me know. To make a comment or ask a question, please click the raise hand button. If technical difficulties arise as a result of utilizing remote participation, I'll decide how to address the situation. Discussion may be suspended while we address technical issues, and minutes will note if a disconnect occurs. Athena will be monitoring council's connections, and if necessary, we will pause the meeting while people reconnect. Okay. We have several announcements. Could we please put them on the screen? Thanks, Athena. I just want to, this is how you join the meeting. If you're watching through Amherst Media, you can see it there. If you're watching here, I just want to make sure that people note. Later on, we'll show you how to connect if you're calling in by phone. I want to note that we have several meetings coming up on November 15th. The first is at 6 o'clock. It's a joint meeting with the town council, the school committee, and Jones Library trustees. It is our first glimpse at financial indicators for the coming fiscal year, which will not start until July 1st. The second, that same evening, is the required public forum on the budget. And although we've indicated a time in the agenda, and we will indicate the same time on the town website, it will start when we are finished with the meeting before. And then after that, we go to the regular town council meeting. And as I said above, while it's listed as 7 o'clock, it will not start until we are done with the public forum. I want to mention one other item, if you will, and I want to thank Shalini Balmilne and Mandy Johanneke for working with the University of Massachusetts to bring us an engagement tool that complements our other engagement tools. As it unfolds, we'll provide you with additional information. Let me just explain. the town of Amherst is collaborating with a research team at the University of Massachusetts on understanding local civil engagement in the digital age. As part of this research, a new online engagement platform has launched today for the purposes of engaging the community regarding Kendrick Park. This is when we will really first try it out, and specifically the parking and street proposals that will be discussed on November 22nd. You can go to amherst.publicinfrastructure.org, obviously www, or you can scan the QR code to engage this new engagement platform. This work is part of the town's and council's exploration of better community engagement processes. Okay.
I just want to note that Councilor Pam has joined us. Can we confirm that she can hear us and we can hear her, please?
Councilor Pam, please unmute and let us know that you can hear us and we can hear you.
Hello? I don't know if you asked me or not. I can,
Yes.
I'm unmuted.
Thank you, Dorothy. Okay.
Okay, I'm unmuted. You're
Okay.
welcome.
Okay, we can take this down. Before moving to the consent agenda, I want to first apologize and then ask the town council if they would like to alter the agenda for tonight. Specifically, for a variety of reasons, you did not receive the matrix regarding the CSWG recommendations that you saw 2 weeks ago. You didn't receive it until today. Is there anybody who would like to suggest that we postpone the discussion of this item to a future council meeting? Mandy Jo?
I just want to say, as long as we don't take votes tonight, I'm okay discussing it.
Thank you. Alyssa?
Yes, I feel the same way. I want to ensure that we don't take votes tonight unless there's something that seems really, 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 really extra time critical. But based on the delay, I think we should have an additional substantive conversation next time.
Okay, thank you. Then we will continue with the agenda. Is there any other comment? Okay, the consent agenda. The following items were selected because they were considered.
Lynn?
I'm sorry.
General public comment shows up before consent agenda
Oh my God, thank
on
you.
the agenda.
I flipped way too fast. I am so sorry. I tried to save paper and in the process flipped. We have no hearings tonight, so we're going to general public comment. I'm going to ask all people in the audience to raise their hand if they would like to make general public comment. Okay.
Is this point of order?
Yes.
This is indeed our only public comment for tonight. I'm simply saying that because we have so many attendees and that I just wanted to make sure they understood this is their only opportunity, right?
Alyssa, thank you for that clarification. That is in fact the case. So I'm waiting to see if others have come in. Okay. Okay. Residents are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes, but I would like to ask that if at all possible, you even limit it further. Because we do, in fact, at this point have 65 people attending in the audience, and we have at least 14 who would like to make public comment. The council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during the general public comment. I'm going to start actually with Michael DeShiera because I was alerted that he needs to go to another meeting. Michael, please enter the room, state your name, where you're from, and proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael DeChiera. I'm a resident of Shutesbury. I'm on the Shutesbury Planning Board. Thanks for taking me up front. I'm commenting based on my experience with the Shutesbury Solar Bylaw. I helped author amendments in both 2019 and 2020, and I've shared the bylaw with some interested Amherst residents and representatives. I would urge the council to put in place a moratorium on industrial solar developments while the council develops a solar bylaw. This could be for either all commercial developments or for solar developments that are over a certain size, perhaps 1 megawatt. To be clear, putting in place a moratorium does not disregard that we're facing a climate emergency. What it does do is allow for prudent policy to be established. Industrial scale solar needs to be done with both consideration of the environment and the community. They're really complex projects and they are not quaint solar farms as is usually expressed. In Shutesbury, they're zoned for light industrial, to give you a sense. Even though they're in the woods, they're light industrial. In terms of issues, industrial scale solar has high voltage electricity, large scale battery storage, stormwater management, traffic, sound, and lighting concerns, among other things. Also in Shutesbury and possibly in Amherst, preservation of Indigenous historical sites as mandated by the Mass Historical Commission is also a consideration. And I believe the town of Amherst, I know Shutesbury got a letter from MHC regarding this as well. So you might want to check with Paul about that. There's also the important issue of forest and agricultural land versus green energy infrastructure. Last week at the climate summit at COP26, President Biden and 100 countries affirmed that deforestation is a risk to the climate progress, and we need both carbon sequestration and green energy generation to attain the 1.5 degree temperature gain. The extent that forest land is clear cut to develop industrial solar should be incorporated in the solar bylaw. In Shutesbury, our bylaw requires 4 acres of carbon sequestration to every 1 acre that's clear cut for solar panels, to give you a sense. And finally, I would just suggest that the moratorium not be considered over an extended period of time. Once a project is officially proposed, the moratorium no longer applies. So timing is actually something that's important to consider. I would hope that you can vote on this tonight. And again, thank you for taking my comments, especially since I am not an Amherst resident. And in the future, if I can be of help, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Melissa Mueller, please enter the room, state your name and where you're from. You need to unmute, Melissa. Athena, is there something you need to do?
I've sent a request to unmute.
Okay. Melissa, can you see the request to unmute? If so, please unmute. Okay, I'm going to suggest that Melissa, you need to check whether you have an updated version of Zoom, because evidently there have been some recent updates, and we will bring you back in later. Meantime, I'm going to go to Renee Moss. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
My name is Renee Moss. I live at 277 Shrewsbury Road in Amherst. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'd like to comment on action item D on tonight's agenda, the proposed zoning article 16. We are at a crossroads where we must decide as a town what we believe are the best ways to address the climate crisis before us. We need to reduce our carbon footprint in many ways, by retrofitting our infrastructure, switching over to electric vehicles, identifying where we can best place our energy generating resources, and also how we can best continue to store and sequester the carbon that we have already created. We are one of very few towns in the Commonwealth that does not have bylaws regarding placement of large-scale solar installations, despite the Department of Energy Resources and the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission strongly recommending that municipalities have such bylaws. A bylaw will help Amherst have a vision, a pathway to smart development as we wean ourselves off fossil fuel and at the same time protect our resources that protect the environment. Amherst would be irresponsible to move ahead with any deforestation for large-scale solar installations without the guidelines that a well-thought-out bylaw will provide. As one of the last towns to come on board, we have many exemplary bylaws to inform and inspire us to create our own. We need both solar and forest to successfully mitigate the forces of extreme climate change. Clear cutting contributes to climate crisis by depleting forests, which absorb vast amounts of CO2 and help absorb and store the water from the 55% increase in precipitation the Northeast is experiencing and will continue to experience. We should not destroy our forests to build solar arrays, just as we would not destroy a working solar array to build a forest. We need renewable energy. Just as urgently, we need carbon sequestration. As extreme climate change has moved from an imagined threat to a reality of life in the 21st century to guide our decisions, we must turn to science for the most recent up-to-date expertise. Dr. William Mumar, renowned climate scientist, states, if we halted deforestation, protected existing forests, and expanded and restored degraded forests, we could reduce annual emissions by 75% in the next half century. If fossil fuels were rapidly phased out during the same period, we could reduce the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, and avoid catastrophic climate change. But we cannot solve the climate crisis without a major scale up in forest protection and restoration. Just this week at COP26, over 110 countries made a landmark commitment to end deforestation by 2030. This was the very first climate deal reached at the summit.
Renee, you need to wrap up, please.
I urge the town council and the committees that will consider this to move quickly to protect the town of Amherst forest land as we help protect the future for all of us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Renee. I'm going to come back to David Fetterman. I'm going to Amy Kahn.
Okay.
Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Actually, this is Jeff McQueen on Amy Kahn's computer.
Thank you.
I just have a brief comment. I was on the planning board in Leverett for 23 years and is 10 years as the chairman when we drafted solar bylaws. And we spent a couple of years speaking to many residents and holding many hearings. And in that process, we found that there was great support for solar, but there was not great support for solar on an inappropriate industrial scale. And I hope that that the council really steps back and takes a look at the implications of bringing really an industrial scale project into the woods. And I live at 156 Shutesbury Road, so I am in a butter to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Amy Kahn, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, I live with Jeff at 156 Shutesbury Road. He made the comment for both of us.
Thank you.
I have nothing to add right now.
Thank you for joining us. Sharon Weisenbaum, I think it is. Please enter the room. Please state your name, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced it, and where you live.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Sharon Weisenbaum, and I'm a resident at 86 Henry Street in Cushman Village. So I'm not in a butter, but I have grave concerns about the industrial solar happening in Amherst, as well as Shutesbury and Pelham, I recently saw a map of deforestation of Massachusetts, and the deforestation from the Quabbin east is so much more than from the Quabbin going west. So in terms of what happened at the climate change summit and the emphasis on how important forests are to combat climate change, it means that, to me, it seems obvious that our major contribution in Western Massachusetts is to protect our forests more than anything, and that places where there's already deforestation or parking lots are ideal for large solar farms, but to cut down forest is insane, it seems to me. This is a precious resource that we have in Amherst. And then I also want to add that I've done research and I've become aware of some of the environmental disasters that have been caused from this industrial size solar farms. Some even in Shutesbury for some of the large scale that's already here, and also in Williamsburg. So I think we have to be so careful to protect our Amherst community, our Amherst residents from some of those potential disasters. Thank you.
Sharon, thank you for your comments. Lenore Brick, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Lenore Brick. I live in Amherst, but I am not in a abutter because this is not just about our immediate surroundings or even just our town, but how we need to do our part in Western Mass for the planetary greater good. So I'm thanking you for your wisdom and courage for this much needed proposal. I'm asking us to please just stop for a minute and think about how ludicrous it actually is to destroy what is actually green energy to produce what we call green energy. It's a false choice to think you have to put solar on forests and farmland if the goal really is to combat climate change, because sacrificing our forests for solar installation is misguided and further confused by the profit incentive. State and federal subsidies would serve the cause better if they paid landowners to preserve and heal forested land and soils. So small towns like ours are at risk because of the lack of foresight in the state's energy policy. But even our small town can do this small but actually very huge part, in this case, to pass the proposed moratorium and look at our bylaws. It's so unfortunate, I feel, when landowners responsible to steward the land, who could be heroes and sheroes for regeneration and climate healing, don't have a profound relationship with the land. When government and industry leaders don't understand systems thinking and forest ecology, so that regulations and subsidies are based on short-sighted, incomplete misinformation. Whereas if you keep up with the latest science, if you have a deep love of the earth, if you understand that forests are not just tree plantations, they're complex ecosystems, biological and social communities. And when we clear cut, we're hurting an entire village of wildlife that impacts biodiversity, planetary health, climate, and that the service that forests have always done, such as regulate the water cycle, soil erosion, floods, droughts, all the things we're facing with climate change, especially when they're left intact, far outvalue the commodities that we see them as and that we depend on them for our sustenance. You can see more clearly that the carbon metrics defense claiming that solar displaces more carbon than trees, though that may be factual, is flawed, foolish thinking, leading to irreversible, dangerous actions driven by self-interest. I don't begrudge anyone making the money they need to live, but it is the need to live that should be the focus. The perception that there's, and also the perception that there's plenty of forested land left, is also flawed, since there's no longer the abundance of old growth forests, the ones that sequester more carbon, offer more biodiversity, protect richest soils, and best regulate the water cycles, because what is left is largely disturbed and more fragile than ever after years of some suboptimal managing and the impacts from climate derangement. So I believe it's our duty to be part of the greater solution. There's a wealth of resources that I'd like to offer you if you'd like to learn more through our Western Mass Climate Action Now organization's website, specifically the group on regenerative farming, forests, and food systems. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for joining us, Lenore. Z, please enter the room, state your full name and where you live.
Hello, I'm Zachary Bericius. I live in Montague, but I grew up in Amherst and I was on town meeting at one point. I just wanted to quickly comment, if I'm being heard, that if you want an example of what's going on, I think people should go over to the mall, the Hampshire Mall, and look at the solar project there. That was built on wetland and that had to be cleared out and much more difficultly built on than the parking lot that it is right next to. There's a solar farm next to an empty parking lot, and it must have cost more that way, and it doesn't provide shade and shielding from the rain. You can go over to UMass, you can see them doing intelligent solar development where they're using it as on existing parking lot. And I just think that if you visually go over and witness the stupidity with your own eyes, and this is the kind of thing that my whole generation is collectively enraged about. It's not the burning of heating oil, which is hard to deal with in New England winter. It's the pointless destruction when the solution is physically right next to where you're making the problem. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Kitty Axelson-Berry. Please state your name and where you live.
Thank you for reminding me. Kitty Axelson-Berry. I live at 89 Stony Hill Road, and I'm going to be fast. I just want to put in my 2 cents that because I realize that this is partly a numbers game and that comments tend to be ignored if there aren't a significant number of people who are expressing a real serious interest in the matter at hand. So I want to be registered as being in favor of a solar farm moratorium for study and planning so that a solar bylaw can be established here. And that's all.
Thank you for joining us, Kitty. Stu Schulman.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. My name is Stuart Schulman. I live at 237.
Please state your name and where you live, Stu.
My name is Stuart Schulman. I live at 237 Shutesbury Road in Amherst. I am in a butter, and I've also been walking in these woods for about 12 years now. I encourage all the members of the council who have anything to say about this to take a walk in the woods any time of year, any of the 4 seasons. You'll see all sorts of things, including ecosystem, habitat, functionalities, seasonal streams, all sorts of critters. We have lots of long-eared northern bats. I hear the owls every night back there. There's a lot going on, and you really do need to walk amongst it, more than once to get an appreciation for the kind of ecosystem services performed in a private woodlot like that. I think the guilt I feel of being like not in my backyard, a NIMBY voice, as someone who used to teach undergraduates that in the environmental science and policy program at the university level, it is a tricky issue. I'm a strong supporter of solar, but like the other very well-prepared and eloquent speakers tonight, my fellow townspeople, I have to say there are so many good places to put solar. You must put some sort of cost-benefit analysis in place at the town level that adjudicates in a sort of multi-generational way what's at stake when you make these kinds of decisions. There's an absolutely fantastic amount of wildlife and plant life going on in this hill heading down towards the valley on the way to town. And those ecosystem services can be measured. I don't think the town has the ability to properly assess. There may be people at the universities who do, and you may want to talk to people at the universities who can do a proper assessment. But just as somebody who has seen these critters, been around these streams, seen that these wetlands come and go with the seasonality, but that they play this important role in providing a habitat for things like the threatened northern long-eared bat. And you might say, well, who cares about the bats, right? But they eat mosquitoes. They perform all sorts of ecosystem services. They're part of, the system of life that keeps us going. And we have to fight these little battles, not to let powerful, wealthy, land-owning interests further enrich themselves and their descendants at the cost of the town and the ecosystem services provided by the forest. It should not be a private gain matter. This is about the future. Thank you.
Elisa Campbell, please. And Stu, thank you very much. Elisa Campbell, please enter the room and state your name, where you live.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Elisa Campbell, 27 Pine Grove. And I just want to say, I have spent my life as an environmentalist. I go out in the woods, I go out in the fields, I love what I see. But I also see that we have waited too long collectively to do serious work at generating green power or saving the planet. The scientists have shown that we need to take drastic action. And that includes doing things we don't really want to do if we had done it 20 or 30 years ago. So in that context, I think that the importance of adding solar to this site is going to be better for the planet and the species that live on it, not only us, but especially the other species, than not doing it. And I urge you to look at what the Union of Concerned Scientists has said about this particular project. We don't have time now to do what we'd like to do. We don't have time now to think that someone else will take care of the problem and provide the solar power or the wind power or whatever. It's too late. We waited too long. We need to do our part now. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Corinne Damas, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Corinne Demas. I'm an ordinary person. I don't have the expertise that many of you have so eloquently spoken with this afternoon. I come to this as somebody who loves Amherst and who is, I think, an environmentalist. I own solar panels. I think that the last speaker presented you with a really false choice, a choice between doing something for the planet through solar and a choice for not doing it. And no one that has spoken before has put it that poorly. It's a false choice because we can do both, and we can do it well, and we can do it now. I come to you tonight as just an ordinary person, but I wanted to tell you that I found out about all this just by accident, by seeing somebody's sign up in my neighborhood. I'm not an abutter, but you know what? We all really are abutters. Everything that happens in Western Massachusetts has ramifications that affect us. During COVID, most of our lives were pretty tough and miserable, and many of us took to the woods. I was one of them who went out when life seemed intolerable. I went out on my cross-country skis, and I skied without a mask out in the woods. And I came up, I was going off Pratt Corner Road, and I came up over the mountain, and it was a beautiful, peaceful, soul-restoring world that the kind of world we all needed. And I came up through the woods, and all of a sudden there was fencing and things, and it looked like there was a correctional facility. I mean, I couldn't believe what I'd come across. The snow had been beautiful. I had seen deer tracks, I'd seen fox tracks, I'd seen moose tracks, and all of a sudden I was looking at a solar array that was extraordinarily huge, and just, it was like it almost seemed like a nightmare image, and it was such a contrast with the serenity and beauty of the woods. And I felt very torn because I believe in solar. I own solar panels. I want solar, but I don't want it that way. And I realized it doesn't have to be that way. And I plead with you people who have some power to really, save the things we all care about, to weigh things and to think about a moral obligation that we have to the earth. And it's bigger than just choosing solar or not choosing solar. It's protecting the things that are irrevocable. And when you clear cut a forest, it doesn't grow back. It just doesn't grow back. I mean, those, and I don't want to ever use the word farm because those aren't farms. Those are, solar industrial projects. They're not farms. Farms are living things. These aren't living things. They're huge money-making things for corporations. We can do solar. We've done it very well in the UMass parking lot.
Corinne, we need you to wrap up.
Okay, thank you all, and I trust you all. So I hope you will have earned our trust. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Amy Hirsch, please enter the room, state your name and where you live. Amy, please unmute. Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hi. We need you to wrap up.
Okay, thank you all, and I trust you all. So I hope you will have earned our trust. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Amy Hirsch.
Could
you please turn
This
your...
is Jack Hirsch. I'm using Amy's iPad, and I live at 400 Flat Hills Road. I wanted to say that I'm a very strong supporter of the moratorium.
You need to mute whatever's in the background, Jack.
Okay, thank you all, and I trust you all. So I hope you will have earned our trust. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Amy Hirsch. Jack, please turn
This
your...
is Jack Hirsch. I'm using Amy's iPad, and I live at 400.
Lynn, we're getting feedback from your earlier statement. It's not his background noise.
I don't, but I don't know why. I don't see anybody that is
It's coming
unmuted.
through. Yeah, it's coming through Mr. Hirsch's audio. I think they must have something on in the background. So that's why I muted them. So do you want to go to the next person and come back?
We will. Thank you. Canopy Bart. There's a Gmail address. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Yes. Hi. Yes, I'm Bart Baratius. I live in Montague right now, but I lived in Amherst for over 25 years. And the only person I remember there is Elisa Brewer, who I respect tremendously and I think has done a fantastic job over her period. I hear she's ready to retire soon, but thanks so much, Elisa, for your work. Now, I want to say that a lot of this information has not gotten into that mature forest can continue absorbing carbon at a faster rate for literally centuries, over 400 years of forest that a forest is around. It will still be in the Northeast, will still be accumulating annually more and more carbon. This is never considered when they look at the solar panel. They only look at the lifetime of the solar panels. The lifetime of the forest would be so much longer. And if they don't consider what could have happened if you had allowed the forest to exist for a normal lifetime instead of wiping it out, you're not accounting properly. I'm going to make a quote. This is from a Frontiers and Forest peer review journal. It's got Bob Leverett, Bill Muma, and Susan Massino are authors. And they say, quote, accumulate, let's see. The authors note that globally, forests, quote, accumulate carbon and reduce annual increases in atmospheric carbon dioxide by approximately 30%. And if left undisturbed by logging, recovering forests could nearly fill the entire carbon loss gap between anthropogenic, that's human-caused, emissions and removal rates. That's incredible. And the idea that we ignore this tremendous value that forests can provide, that they could wipe out by vacuuming up the rest of the human-produced carbon dioxide if we allowed them to just exist without being disturbed, that's pretty incredible. And we have to become aware of that. Read Bill Muma's articles on proforestation and how tremendously valuable this can be for the future. That was just an article in May 2021. It's very current science. Thank you.
Art, thank you for joining us. Isolda Ortega, please enter the room, state your name and where you live. Isolda, please unmute. Isolda, please unmute. We've never had difficulty with you entering the room before. Athena, do you have any suggestions?
I've sent a request to unmute. We can come back.
Okay. I'm going to go to Elsie Fetterman. Elsie, please unmute. State your name and where you live.
My name is Elsie Fetterman, Locktown Road, Amherst resident for over 40 years. Would like members of the town council to consider who is responsible for costs of repairing breaks in the Amherst water line. I've had 3 breaks, one in my driveway, one under the sidewalk, and one on the street. Total cost $18,800. This was reported to the town manager and the superintendent of public works last May. However, I just received the invoice from the property manager a few days ago. A neighboring community pays for breaks in the water line right up to the meter. I have no control over the weight of vehicles traveling on Locktown Road, trucks or buses and moving vans and so on. The town required the use of flowable fill, triple the cost of regular fill. It appears that a private water company had established a policy over 50 years ago before the town took over. As council members, it is important for us, each of you, to walk in another person's shoes. Think about a 94-year-old retiree having to pay $18,800 for unexpected expense. Thank you very much.
Elsie, thank you for joining us. David Fetterman.
Hi. Yeah, I'm David Fetterman. I'm Elsie's son. Thanks for hearing us. I'll be very brief. I live right nearby. I've moved here from California less than a year ago, just sort of watch out and see how she's doing, how she's faring. I think she summed it up pretty well. Basically, it has to do with the same $18,000 bill. She has no control who goes over the road, garbage trucks, that sort of thing. Most people, as she pointed out, really can't plan for unexpected bills of that nature, of this magnitude. And I think we all like to see productive citizens like my mom remain in their house through their entire life cycle. She's been very productive. And the bottom line is, I think, simple. I think it's reasonable for people to pay for repairs needed on their properties, but not really outside their properties, such as city property, that sort of thing. That's all I really want to say. It reinforced my mom's points. I think they're very reasonable, and I just like you to consider them. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
David, thank you, and welcome to Amherst, or welcome back to Amherst. There's a person by the name of Local 1764. Please enter the room, identify yourself, state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Ben Graham. I'm the president of the Amherst Firefighters Union, Local 1764. I'm here today to urge the town council and town manager to start the process of properly funding and supporting your public safety, specifically your firefighter, paramedics, and your fire department. The Amherst Fire Department is drastically understaffed, undersupported, and in need of help. The Amherst Fire Department is responsible for the primary fire and EMS responses, life safety inspections, fire prevention, and code enforcement for the town of Amherst. Your fire department is responsible for also all hazardous and emergency calls for the 39,000 residents in the town, plus the 39,000 residents and staff of the 3 colleges located in Amherst. That means within the 27.7 square miles in this town, we cover almost 78,000 people. We're also the primary ambulance EMS provider for the towns of Pelham, Leverett, and Shutesbury, increasing our response district to over 104 square miles and 82,000 people. We attempt to cover these 82,000 people with a 7 or 8 person minimum for on-duty staff at any time. Your fire department attempts to staff 2 engines or 3 ambulances with 7 people. I say or in that sentence, as we cannot physically be in 2 separate places at once, nor can we do the work of 2 people as 1 person. All of our apparatus are cross-staffed, meaning it's essentially one or the other. For fair comparison, Northampton has 32,000 residents, and their fire department ran a total of 7,394 emergency calls with 5,495 ambulance calls in 2019. In Amherst, we covered 82,000 people and ran 5,741 emergency calls with 4,192 ambulance calls in the same year. Our staffing problems also affect other communities, and other people suffer because of it. We were unable to respond to over 105 EMS calls and had to request mutual aid ambulances from other communities. Northampton has a comparable call volume to Amherst, but they have a minimum staffing of 13 firefighters, almost 2 times that of Amherst. It's also worth noting they have a hospital in their city, and our nearest is 8.5 miles away in Northampton. Our call volumes in Amherst are tracking to be the highest they've been in 3 years, and nothing has changed for the better. In fact, things appear to be getting worse. I wish it was only our equipment that was being worn down and broken, and our fire stations that were too small, outdated, and unacceptable conditions, but our most valuable assets are wearing down and getting damaged. Those that respond to the calls and get the work done. Too many of your firefighters are getting physically injured in a multitude of ways. They're suffering mental health injuries from performing their duties without enough help and without working equipment. On behalf of my fellow workers and the residents of Amherst, I urge the town council and the town manager to begin the process of increasing the staffing levels for the Amherst Fire Department and increase the budget to the fire department so that we can start to fix what has been ignored for far too long. The longer our issues continue, the more people will suffer and the more expensive it will be. If anyone has any questions, please reach out to me. I have plenty more to share. I promise you that your firefighters want to work with you to ameliorate the problems of the Amherst public safety issues, and we can work to do so much more. But we can only do so much by ourselves. Thank you.
And thank you for your comments. Isolde, can you join us again and see whether we can hear you? Please unmute.
Yes. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My apologies. I was trying to call in from a phone that was not connecting correctly. Isolde Ortega, 25 Chapel Road, District 5, Amherst. I'm calling in support of the African Heritage Reparation Assembly. Really impressed in reviewing their report. I really want to thank the members. In a period of 6 weeks, they've accomplished quite a bit. And I know that tonight they're asking you, the town council, to create a committee to study and develop reparations proposals and to formally endorse HR 40 and to set aside funds dedicated to racial justice and equity for the work of reparations in Amherst. And in particular, looking at their report, I'm truly amazed that in a period of 6 weeks, they formed a very high-level group. They researched funding for reparations activities, held community engagement education events, researched legal questions, did foundational work, visioning work, and identified the next steps to move on into the details of this work, which require a committee. And funding, I understand, is been discussed of $206,000, and that is a discussion I think that you're having later. But noting the incredible breadth and depth of the work that was done in such a short time, it really is something. I think we want to thank them and also continue to support this work. The work is so specific that it even outlines the organizing structure for a block assembly of Amherst to serve as a coordinating body for the reparative justice efforts of the town of Amherst. And, a lot of detail in here and a lot of work to be done that is foundational to the commitment of the town of Amherst, all our residents, and expressed by almost all of you for racial justice, beginning with the work of reparations. So I really want to support their work and thank them and urge you to support them. Very quickly, because I notice it's later on the agenda, I wanted to thank the staff of the town who organized the Discover Hickory Ridge event at the golf course. It was very informative. It was well organized, and we got to hear about a planning process that's about to begin. And so I urge people to tune in to the process that's about to begin, to the opportunity to participate. And we appreciated being asked ideas for the redevelopment of the golf course. And the only thing I will say is that we are hoping for, the question I posed at the event that people seem to appreciate was, could we talk about criteria first rather than specific project suggestions when we don't have any parameters for them? And I would love to suggest that you consider the criteria of access, and the criteria of access in terms of access for the maximum number of people, and that activities which, I might personally enjoy that are being suggested or developed for the property take into account access to equipment and access to classes.
We need you to wrap up.
Thank you, and simply looking forward to that process and supporting this committee. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. Hilda Greenbaum, please enter the room. State your name.
Thank you very much. And I'll be very brief. I just wanted to state that I think the moratorium on solar farms is a great idea. And I would like to suggest that anybody who would like to come and visit the solar farm in my backyard and come and see the view of this beautiful sunset over the Gulf of Mexico on the west afternoon as sunset around 3 o'clock or so, and see the impact of that on the abutters to that solar farm, might get some ideas of what ought to go in the solar bylaw when you go to write it. And so anybody on the town council, planning, CRC, wants to see what mistakes might be avoided is welcome to come visit me.
Hilda, thank you for joining us. There is one last hand, Josh. I don't have a last name, so please enter the room. State your full name and where you live.
Hi, I'm Josh Kenny. I live in Pelham, but I'm here on behalf of Elsie Fetterman. She asked me to speak today a little bit about how she had to replace her water line that went under the street. I was the contractor who did that work for her. I just want to say, I think, the town prescribing what has to be done in the street and requiring the landowner to pay for it seems unreasonable. And I hope you guys take up this issue and resolve it. I believe it's a 50-year-old policy on behalf of the town that describes who owns what and why. That's it.
Thank you, Josh. There's another hand, and then we're going to close public comment. Vera, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Vera Dwangmini Cage. I live at 12 Long Meadow Drive in Amherst. And, Isolda Ortega just reminded me about Hickory Ridge and the importance of approving this moratorium on solar generating facilities. I have questions about this plan for Hickory Ridge. I think there's a lot that hasn't been transparent with respect to the actual project, and I would like to, as a member of the public, get more information about that project. I was able to review this other project on Shutesbury Road, and I think that the parameters that we're talking about would be necessary and could be possible with the moratorium. You know, it's so important not to rush something that will have impact for generations to come. And I think we can involve a lot more people in the conversation about the direction of our town and the surrounding communities, Shutesbury, you know, Leverett, Pelham. And I think we have to see ourselves as having the ability as a town to be able to take, you know, good stewardship, good leadership of our land, and be the role model for everyone else, you know, in the country, about how we protect, you know, our natural resources. I think we'll be shooting ourselves in the foot by destroying something so pristine. You know, we talk about economic development. People travel from far and wide to come look at our fall foliage. You know, that is something that we need to focus on and bring people together on that level. How can we figure out what assets are as a community and come together to protect that asset and to accentuate it and highlight it and make it become the boom that we need economically for our communities. Thank you.
Vera, thank you for joining us. We're going to move back to the council. And now we're going to move to the consent agenda. Thank you. I'm going to read the motion, but let me just start by saying the following items were selected because they were considered to be routine, and it was reasonable to expect they would pass with no controversy. To remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion later in the meeting, ask that it be removed when I list the items. The request to remove does not require a second. So the motion is as follows, and then I'll pause. I already see one hand up. Kathy?
Yes, I request to remove the first item, 8A126 Spring Street Public Ways request.
Okay, you know that's just an approval to allow us to vote tonight.
I realize that.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is as follows: to move the following items in the printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. Suspension of Town Council Rules of Procedure 8.4 for the following agenda items. 8.A.1, I'm sorry, forget that, that's not on there. 8.A.2, Embracing Community Art Mural Project on the East Common. 8B, announcement of possible acquisition of by Department of Conservation and Recreation and waiver of 120-day notice period number P000986. Assessors map parcels 25C-34, 25C-2, and part of parcel 25C-33. Adoption 6A, adoption of the Amherst College 200th anniversary celebration proclamation. 6B, adoption of Hampshire College 50th anniversary celebration proclamation. 9B1, appointment of non-voting member to the Finance Committee. 11AB, approval of the following town council meeting minutes. October 18, 2021, regular town council meeting minute. There was a corrected typo. And October 25, 2021, special town council meeting minutes. I see another hand, Darcy Dumont. Darcy, please unmute.
Sorry, I'd like to remove 9B.
9B, appointment of the non-voting members. Okay. All right. So if you're looking at the screen in front of you, we have removed 8-A-1, 26 Spring Street Public Way request. And we have removed 9B, appointment of non-voting member to the Finance Committee. With that, is there a second?
Haneke seconds.
Thank you. Is there any further question? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. It's a roll call vote. Shalini Baumilne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer, yes. Mandy Johannicke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane. Kathy Shane, please unmute.
Yes, something was happening. It kept turning itself off. Yes.
Okay. We understand technology, believe me. Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Thank you. So both resolutions passed. Let me deal with the Hampshire College one first. We'd like to congratulate them on their 50th anniversary celebration. This was co-sponsored with Ken Rosenthal. Ken, as you may know, was very involved in the initial establishment of Hampshire College and has very recently been its interim president, accepting the absolute significant sum of $1 for that job. So the actual resolution ends with the following. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Amherst recognizes and congratulates Hampshire College on its 50th anniversary and wishes the college many decades of continued success and radically reimaging liberal arts education. And then the other one is, and even many more years, Amherst College, who has been, they are celebrating their 200th anniversary this year. And I'd like to just close this by reading the final. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Amherst recognizes and congratulates Amherst College on its 200th anniversary and wishes the college many decades of continued success as a leader in liberal arts education. Okay. That we are going to move on. I need to flip the page to presentations and discussion. And let me just mention, while we are starting to bring in co-chairs and of this, and there are other members who have joined, and we need to determine once we bring them in if there is a quorum. I also want to mention while we're doing that, there's 75 people in the audience. We are actually at this point asking people who are going to be presenting at different times to be brought into the room at the time they make their presentation. So we have Heather Lord. Michelle Miller. Jamila. I'm just trying to see whether or not, Michelle, you have a quorum. At this point, no.
Is Amherst Media Alexis?
The Alexis.
We've
And
just
I
brought
see
Irv.
Irv, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And Irv as well. So we do now have a quorum, yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to call on co-chair and Councillor-elect Michelle Miller and co-chair Jamila Jemison, thank you, to call the meeting to order of the African Heritage Reparation Assembly.
Certainly. Thank you for letting us be here and calling to order the Town of Amherst African Heritage Reparation Assembly posted meeting for Monday, November 8th, starting off at 7:35 p.m.
And would you please call on the members who are in the room to make sure they can hear us and we can hear them?
Yes, I will. Calling on co-chair Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Heather Lord.
Lord present.
Alexis Reed. Can you unmute, Alexis?
And oh, my soul.
I will move on. Irv Rhodes.
Here.
And Dr. Shabazz. Dr. Shabazz, we can't hear you, even though you're unmuted.
Down and oh, my soul. Weary.
Is there some music playing somewhere?
Yeah, we need to ask you to mute the music and make sure we can hear you, Amakar. I can't hear you.
I can't hear you either.
Hopefully he can make that happen later. I believe there's a presentation and we're ready. No, I'm sorry. Please go ahead. You were going to make a brief presentation. There is a report in the folder, so please proceed.
Thank you and good evening. On behalf of the AHRA, we'd like to thank you for taking the time to read our initial report and for giving us this opportunity tonight to share all of the exciting work we've been doing. Before we get into the meat of the presentation, Dr. Jemison and I would like to thank Paul and the interview team for putting together such a fantastic and dedicated group of folks that make up the AHRA. We'd also like to acknowledge our counselor liaisons, Pat and Alyssa, for their excellent guidance, and our staff liaison, Jennifer, for her amazing support. We've accomplished a lot in a short period of time, and we are ready to dig in deeper and advance reparations for residents of African heritage in Amherst.
And I will briefly remind us of our purpose, which is what's guiding our work. The AHRA's mission is to study and develop reparation proposals for people of African heritage in Amherst to further the goals of the resolution affirming the town of Amherst's commitment to end structural racism and achieve racial equity for Black residents as adopted by the Town Council on December 7th, 2020.
And we'll begin just talking a little bit about funding. Given our timeline and the town's budget cycle, we have spent a considerable amount of time familiarizing ourselves with possible sources of funding for reparations. And thanks to Sean Mangano for presenting an overview of the budget process during our first meeting. That was very helpful. After carefully reviewing all of the possible funding streams, we've narrowed in on cannabis tax revenue, ARPA, CPA, and free cash, and have also begun to explore grants and private funding options. Dr. Jemison will talk later about our future plans with respect to those funding streams.
Key to our success here is going to be community engagement, really with the broadest sense of community you can imagine for this work, as stakeholders from sort of every walk of Amherst life may have a say in this. And as Michelle mentioned, we've focused a lot of our work on determining what funds we can acquire and how much to ask for. We've also been thinking about how community engagement will flow. we have focused on knowing that we need to do outreach and developing plans to do that. Our website was the first thing that we could leverage. And so we have been working with the media team to make sure that we have as much information on there as possible and resources for people to find out what we're doing. And we also have been pursuing a couple of ways to engage with the community that are through cultural events, including possibly a screening of a film, and also some work we applied to the Mass Cultural Council for a grant to make sure that Amherst's historical movement here is documented.
We've also been exploring possible legislative actions to pursue a multifaceted approach to reparations and begun a dialogue with Rep. Dom about legislative process and possibilities. One exciting element of this work we would like to highlight is the possibility of creating a CPA-like structure for planning and funding municipal reparations through legislation, which, in addition to benefiting Amherst, would have statewide impact for reparative justice.
Some of the bulk of our work is ahead of us, but we have identified a couple of key areas that we definitely want to think about. And one is understanding the African heritage community in Amherst. And so we have been discussing how we will be able to execute a Black census and exactly what we need that research to tell us, both looking at the present, the past, and projecting for the future. And as we start to build a municipal reparations plan, we are going to start the work of identifying not only all the stakeholders we need to hear from and all of the ways that we need to imagine reparations taking place in Amherst, but also how there will be a body or bodies both on the municipal side and in the community to help guide this work in the future.
And now we'll talk a little bit about next steps. In December 2020, the Council adopted a resolution affirming its commitment to end structural racism and achieve racial equity for Black residents. Since then, the town has embarked on a journey to becoming a more just and equitable community and has focused considerable effort toward these goals. Within the ecosystem of this critical work is the commitment the town made to engage in a path of remedy for Black residents. This is the work of the AHRA. And while we fully support all of the racial equity work happening in Amherst, we want to communicate the importance of understanding that reparations for Black people who have been injured or harmed by hundreds of years of discrimination or racial injustice in Amherst is its own path. With that, Dr. Jemison will share AHRA next steps, which focus on funding reparations, eligibility for reparations, and community engagement for reparations.
I promise I won't lay out the whole thing, or we could be here for a while because it's quite a chunk of work. But our official charge, further breaks down along three major lines: financial, eligibility, community engagement, and of course, you can't really do anything financial unless you've got someone to oversee that. So there's clearly going to have to be some sort of successor body or structure to make sure that that happens. So our immediate future work is our next ARHA public meeting on Wednesday, when we will vote on our funding strategy, and then of course our appearance at the funding meetings next Monday. We are also very excited for that moment when we will get to announce the outcome of the vote that the council will be taking next week to hopefully to move the free cash into the stabilization fund that was created for reparations. A really huge first step in how this fund will be built. We will also go on to think about what are funding strategies possibly beyond municipal fundraising, and exactly how those funds will be dispersed. And who will govern that. Further, we have to think about eligibility. That is the work that will come out of the census that we are planning to do. and will go hand in hand with what we decide the funds are for. Finally, community engagement. We sort of thought of this as three different groups who all have to work in synergy, that much abused term, but it's nice when it really happens, between the residents, the town, and other groups within the town who are part of our institutions and keep the community going. Reparations will be something that requires everyone to come and feel the need for them and express and do their own work in there. So we're looking for all the ways that we can bring all the voices together and come to a reparations plan that is satisfying to the whole community.
And so in closing, on behalf of the AHRA, thank you again for giving us the opportunity to be here tonight. Each of us serving on this committee has made a commitment to the Amherst community to right the wrongs of the past, but it is all of our work to do. As the late Maya Angelou said so wisely, the truth is no one of us can be free until everybody is free. Thanks again for having us, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
So I'm going to ask counselors to raise their hand if they have questions or comments. I just want to correct one item in what you've said, and that is while the financial order will come before the council next week on the 15th, it will be referred to, regarding the creation of the fund, it'll be referred to the finance committee. They meet the next day at 2:00, and it will come back to the town council on the 22nd for a vote. Okay, just to give you a little sense of timing.
Thank you.
Andy, you have a question?
No, I just wanted to, you had said creation of the fund, and we actually created the fund already. This is, the item would be whether and amount to transfer to the fund.
Mm-hmm.
So
thank you for that correction, Andy. Are there other comments from counselors or questions at this time? Mandy Jo.
It's just a question about the, it's a little bit about next week's financial order that we haven't seen yet or just hearing about today. But Dr. Jemison and Councilor Miller, you guys talked about the potential funding sources. And so I'm curious whether the presentation next week will include, like if CPA happens, how does that interact with the stabilization fund and all? I don't expect an answer tonight, but I'd be curious to know how those would interact or whether they'd be separate with different programs or whether they would be intended to be sort of combined at some point. I'm not sure I'm wording this right, but if we're transferring money into the stabilization fund, yet there's CDBG money or CPA money, how are they going to interact with each other? Just food for thought for next week.
Can I just ask for a clarification? You referred to next week. Were you referring to a statement at the public forum?
You said
Yes.
We'd be hearing a financial order on our agenda next week for referral. And so I assume that will come with a presentation as to what it is.
Okay, and I was referring now back to Jamila and Michelle, and you mentioned about a presentation next week, and I was a little confused. Did you mean during the public forum?
Exactly. So there's two separate things. So the financial order is to vote on moving the money into the already created stabilization fund. And then the presentation that we speak of and the vote that we'll take as a committee tomorrow night is during the public forum.
Okay. I just want to mention now that we do ask that comments at the public forums be limited to 3 minutes. But if you have accompanying documents, you can also make sure that we have those. Okay. Mandy Jo, the reason I asked that clarifying question was because I wasn't sure of what they would be presenting next week would answer your question. Okay. Did you want to say anything further?
I don't necessarily expect an answer immediately because I'm not sure there is an answer right now from the AHRA. As they think through this, though, it's one of the curiosities I have is how these different funding sources and where we're putting money potentially, how they interact with each other and disperse with each other, I guess.
Great. Thank you. Kathy Shane.
Thank you for the presentation and also the report that you gave us, which was very clear. I'm curious about timing when you talked about the big three-pronged next steps of financial, how much money do you have, but then the next one, and eligibility, which I think is both. You talked about trying to do a census, but it's also what kinds of things are you thinking of potentially funding? What's your best guess on when you're going to have that discussion and be ready to talk about it again? So I'm not expecting that next week either, but just thinking through what types of applications, what types of uses of the money might be. So timing on when you will have been soliciting ideas, I think. A best guess.
Jamila?
Dr. Jonathan?
Sure. So just a reminder that we convened in September.
Absolutely.
Our initial thought was like, how do we get some money? The meat of these discussions honestly cannot start until our next meeting, like not this one on Wednesday, but our following meeting, which can't be any earlier than November 18th because of schedules. And then that three-pronged approach is what I have hoped will take up the rest of our meetings for 2021. I have my proposal is that we actually push really hard as a group to get a draft plan together very early in 2022, so then we can go out and do the robust community engagement work to get buy-in. I can't commit to that yet because the group hasn't voted on it, but that's what I'm putting out for people to think about, that we try to finish up with a draft plan by the end of January, so that then we can have 3 or 4 months of reaching out to groups, doing this census, and engaging folks, as many people who will come talk to us about this.
Okay, thank you.
We appreciate that you're running as fast as you can. So, Dorothy.
I'm really appreciated the report. It was clear and it was short. I'm very interested in how you're going to do the Black census. And I guess I'm kind of hoping that you're going to use an outside group, because I see this as very difficult because of confidentiality. Also, the making of the questions and how you reach people. And I mean, you just can't put up and expect people to answer online. It's going to have to be like an old-fashioned census. And we've been reading that the national censuses have not been good. They have not been successful. They have seriously undercounted people of color and the analysis. So I'm just wondering, do you have some company that will help you do this complex task? Because I think it's basic to what you're doing, but I think it's going to be really challenging.
You want to take this on, Michelle?
Sure. Yeah, so thanks for that question. We are still, we really haven't completely wrapped our minds around it yet. So we're still in the process of figuring out what the various possibilities are. I think that there's some agreement that we would like to work with a professional body to do the census. And we have some funding that is still available from from last year. And we've also had some conversations with the Donahue Institute and Rep. Dom, who has given us some great insight into how we might utilize already existing institutions and platforms to help us to pursue the census.
Okay.
But
Thank
more
you.
so. Yeah.
Shalini.
Yes, again, thank you so much for a very thoughtful research and report. And I do appreciate the intention to really engage all stakeholders, and that if we can share with our own experience is very, very challenging, as you already indicated. Just as an example of just the library uses and speaking to different members in the BIPOC community, there were very different needs that were shared. So I would really encourage reaching out to different committees that are already there, district councilors, all of just using as many channels as you can when you're having any kind of public engagements. Use us, the local community partners, Survival Center, Family Outreach, churches. I've created actually an Excel sheet, which I will send to you afterwards, that has all stakeholders listed. And we're still working on refining that and using, getting better at it. But we really need to find ways to be working together. And all the residents listening out there who are community leaders, please do reach, we really, all of us have to work on this together to engage everyone. Thank you. And I also heard that you haven't yet decided what the funding, like the ARPA funding that's going to be allocated. What I'm hearing is it's not yet decided how that's going to be used, or is that right?
Yeah, we have proposals on the table we looked at all the funding that was available to us. So we've looked at each category, and on Wednesday we have proposals for each of them that we will discuss and vote on.
Okay, that will be shared with us at some point.
Yes, I promise not to keep it secret.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments from the council? Okay. Seeing none, I want to thank you for joining us and for running as fast as you are to get this very important work done. And with that, it does not require a motion to adjourn, but I do need to call on the two co-chairs to adjourn your meeting.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for listening to us, and thanks AHRA folks for attending. We are adjourned at 7:57 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest that while we prepare for the next, that we take a brief 5-minute break. It is 7:58, so we'll see you back here. Okay, I do know how to count 5 minutes, but we'll see you back here at 8:05. Please mute and turn your video on and turn your video back on when you come back. As you return, counselors, please turn your videos on. As you return, please turn your videos on so I can see that you're back. And at the same time, please mute. Darcy, are you back? Okay. I want to mention as we go into the next that this is a council discussion. However, we have asked members, people who were members of the CSWG to be here should we have questions. And because they did their presentation last week. With this, I'm going to turn to Paul. And he and I did work on this matrix. We apologize for getting it to you as late as we did. It's not exactly an easy task. But Athena, do you want to pull it up? And Paul, do you want to start?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Lynn. And thank you everyone for being here. So what we tried to do, and Lynn sort of took the first crack at and set up the matrix format, which was really helpful, is to look at each of the recommendations from the Community Safety Working Group, both Part A and Part B. And we focused on Part B because we'd already started talking about Part A, and look at each one of the recommendations and then sort of chart out what was being requested, what town council action needed to be taken, and what were the next steps. And I sort of categorized these things into 4 broad categories. One is creating the resident oversight board, which seems to be one of the highest priorities that we will be moving on. The second is the creation of bodies. The other one is the creation of the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, which is the successor group. That has been advertised with stipends advertised on October 15th. We're still assembling an adequate pool. I've asked the same people who helped to interview and advise on appointments for the African Heritage Reparation Assembly and the Community Safety Working Group to play that same role for the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, and I hope I anticipate that they will. So we have the establishment of 2 new committees. The Resident Oversight Board has a bit more complexity to it in that there are some things in the charge that will require a town attorney opinion. And I anticipate we will have a detailed opinion written on that back to share with everyone in the very near future. The second sort of group of things is the sort of operational things. And these are things that we can just sort of get done. And we need to check on a few things, and either with a town attorney or with our collective bargaining units. And these things are the checkbox. I should have noted the numbers on this so you can find it, Athena, sorry. The checkbox is B6. That seemed to be something that was relatively straightforward, and it might be something we're actually doing electronically now, but was a recommendation from the working group. So we will be looking into that option. And the other was the putting data up on our website, which is an administrative thing. We've identified the police department along with the dispatch center and our IT department who will be able to move that forward. B9, thank you, Athena. The third group of things are policies. And there are a number of police department policies that have been identified. And those are things that the police chief is reviewing. They are actually policies of the police department. And I think this is the type of thing that I will be asking him to address individually for each one and whether it's something that they're able to implement or not. And then the fourth item are sort of collective bargaining issues. And many of these issues that we're talking about, because they involve the working conditions of the employees, will require us to have collective bargaining, most likely with one or both of our police department collective bargaining units, and possibly with other units, i.e. the SEIU, which controls the which represents dispatchers and other more clerical employees, and possibly the firefighters union. So this is I think this tool that Lynn sort of assembled has really sort of gelled everything into an easily reviewed document. And there are two things that are, that the council could act on when it chooses to, which is B2, which referencing the Resident Oversight Board. And that's pretty much where I think we are right now.
And unless there is urgency with regard to any of these, we are not taking any motions tonight. Okay, so at this point, I want to ask counselors if they have questions. Darcy. Darcy, please unmute.
Sorry. When this comes up at our next discussion, will we be moving to adopt this implementation grid? Is that the idea?
I don't think there's it never saw us adopting the implementation grid. I saw us as using it to guide us on when we do need to take action.
So are we going to take action at our next meeting? Or is this?
If we feel after the discussion tonight, we're ready to, yes. There's various items on this grid and that were in the outstanding report that can't be done immediately. They'll be done over time. So the grid, the matrix, whatever you want to call it, I set it up so I could just start tracking things and happened to mention that I had done it. So it was a way of trying to keep track of each of the recommendations, identify next steps, and down the road what we might do. Okay. Can I move on to Dorothy? Okay, Dorothy.
I'm just not prepared to discuss this tonight because I was printing things out. I had a busy day. I started off going to the vote count. I checked things later, then try to pick up a few more things. But I just think a meeting that starts at 6:30 at night, we have to get the stuff the day before, don't you think? I know you brought it up. I know you brought this up at the beginning. So I think it's very interesting and I'd love to talk about it, but I'd hate to have this count as a discussion. I mean, I don't mind if there's people who have something to say about it, say something about it, but I don't want to be told later, oh, you have discussed this, because I'm not ready to discuss it in any kind of detail.
It sounds to me like it should come back on another agenda. Mandy Jo?
Thank you. First off, thank you for creating this, Lynn and Paul. As many people have commented in the past, we do a lot of studies, but we don't always follow through. And part of the following through is having a grid or some sort of implementation thing to be able to look at and track how we're doing it. So I really appreciate you doing this. A couple of comments. B3 through B7 all had things like possible general bylaw to town council, but these were all APD policies in general, or nearly all APD policies. I think they are all APD policies. And so I would not want to see the need for a general bylaw. I don't believe department policies should be general bylaws in general. And I just want to remind the town manager that management goal 5 includes an objective relationship with the town council to resolve issues at the administrative level to avoid unnecessary action at the council level. And I would consider B3 through B7 part of that need for resolving it at the administrative level. B10, which is the creation of an unarmed non-police division of the traffic control, I think is missing the need for a town attorney review because we don't know what state law is regarding who can do traffic control and traffic violation enforcement. B12, the develop an anti-racism departmental culture in the APD. There was a town council action as a motion. And I just want to put out there the possibility that I'm not sure that's a town council action, that again, an APD culture seems to fall more squarely within the town manager's purview as CEO of the town. And so I'd like that one relooked at. And then as it relates to B2, the establishment of the resident oversight board, I'm still unclear, and I know we're not voting motions tonight, and I don't want to vote motions tonight, but I'm unclear why we need the motions that are drafted in this draft. Because if the town manager is going to create the board, why do we have to tell the manager to create the board? So I just want that put out there that I'm not sure we actually, I'd like to hear more information if this comes back as to why these motions are necessary instead of just the manager going through with all of that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mandy Jo. Paul, did you want to respond to any of Mandy Jo's comments at this time?
Sure. Yeah, so absolutely right on the town attorney on B10. That's just oversight on my part, so I apologize for that. And there's, I think CSWG even identified some of these challenges in terms of what's within the purview of these recommendations or not. The reason I put in the possible bylaw by the town council was if to give the town council to recognize that town council could create bylaws on many of these things if it chose. I think if there isn't a policy, there might be an opportunity, and we would have to do some research into this to create bylaws on certain things. So I didn't want to lose that as an option available to the council. And in terms of so in terms of B2, I guess one of the things is, so CSWG has made its recommendations to the town manager and made a public presentation to the council. And I'm anxious to hear from the council is to hear from you is to say, yes, we want to do these things. We don't want to do these things. Get some policy guidance from the council instead of, I'm prepared to move forward on these, but I am looking towards for some policy guidance from the council, either through your goals that you will set for the town manager or through independent sort of discussion of these items and how you want the town to move forward on these things. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's just the town managers making a sole decision, quite honestly, for some of them.
Right. I just want to add to one thing on the B3 through B6. It was actually in the report, the idea of doing a bylaw, because that was something that in the CSWG's research, they had found other municipalities that actually had passed bylaws. So I totally appreciate your point, Mandy Jo, regarding the issue of, our town manager's goals, but it was something that they had brought up as a possible bylaw. Alyssa?
So I think it's great that so many members of the Community Safety Working Group were willing to come back and listen to this discussion in case we had any questions, because they have put in so much effort over all this time and they're finished now. And we're still asking them to come back. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate the comments that Lynn's made about this matrix tonight and the difficulty that we're facing, that, as Dorothy also mentioned and others have mentioned, because of where we are. And I just got to put a stake in the ground on a couple of issues here. It's not reasonable that the part-time town council president had to write this matrix. When this report came out and the town manager knew what was going to be in the report before we got it, because, you know, it's his committee and he goes to their meetings, that matrix could have been developed basically immediately after the big presentation on October 25th. But here we are 2 weeks later. Despite the fact that at the meeting on the 25th, I very clearly said, we need a town manager recommendation on each of these items, fully expecting a matrix to be put together where he would say, as I said in a follow-up email to the town manager and the town council president, you know, we're already in process on this. And he's explained some of that tonight. You know, what are things that we might put up in terms of data, who has to be talked to. But I don't know what we've been doing over the last 2 weeks. And so, yes, obviously, I know we have a pandemic and an election cycle, but we need some focus here. And so I feel like we said what we wanted last week. We said we wanted recommendations. Perhaps I was supposed to have put that in the form of a motion, but to hear tonight that the town manager's wondering what things we might want to act on when he's never sent us a memo about that. I specifically said that I wanted recommendations on each of the items. Then we have another counselor asking if we're just going to adopt the whole grid, which is not something we ever do, because we never just accept every single recommendation a group has made. And many of them aren't even our recommendations to accept. So I feel like we're kind of all over the place with this. We knew we needed the town attorney's opinion on some of the responsibilities of the Resident Oversight Board, which Community Safety Working Group also indicated they knew well before the October 25th meeting in terms of subpoena power and executive session. We've known that for more than 2 weeks. We don't have an answer yet. So I want us to figure out as a council, how are we, as I said last time, how are we going to continue to focus on this each time? Lynn put in an immense amount of effort. I have no idea why that's suddenly town council's responsibility, not staff's responsibility. So that's one issue. And then secondarily is how we can actually keep moving forward on this from week to week, because I don't think what we're already doing is working very well. And I think we can do better on being clear about that. I would also put the caution out there in terms of bylaws. Mandy Jo pointed out one section from the charter that I'd actually forgotten about. So thank you. And the other is that our Human Rights Commission bylaw is broken. We knew that when we adopted the general bylaws, moving them over from town meeting bylaws to our bylaws. It's broken. It doesn't work under current legality. So we need to be cautious about what we put in there so that we don't tie our own hands. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alyssa. Kathy.
I actually just have a question, and it's a question. I know we're not going through all the pieces of this, but on the B12, develop an anti-racism department culture at the APD. One question I have is, should we have that be broader, so that we don't have it be that it's just the police? And I think it's not a, wouldn't we want to have this? But I think in writing these, trying to think of, if we're doing that there, what are we doing in other departments as well? And some of this feels a little duplicative later because it says a culture later, but I don't want to have the feeling that what we're doing is only about police. It is about a broader culture in all of Amherst. So that is just a comment on that, because it sort of jumps out at you, Lynn, by creating the matrix. And so I think as we work these through, it'll be clearer to me which pieces we're working on. And there are some pieces that I just need to know more about on what's legal, what are examples of other places that have done it, how would it be done? So some of these are bigger, and some of the bigger in that if we're going to create a different workforce and give them some responsibility that has typically been police, can you do it? So I just need to know at some point we'll get a reading on, yes, you could do it this way or that way. It has some oddities in it. So the grid makes them look all similar, Lynn, just, they're all in one box, but some of these I have like big stars next to them that this would be a very significant change. And we need to figure out, can we do it? How can we do it? Do we want to do it? All of those questions. And I'm not prepared. I don't know enough to say that this go forward and come back to us in X months. So, but come back to us with more information would be great.
Okay. All right. Dorothy.
Well, I'm not going to discuss process. I want to discuss an idea, because when I first looked at this, I guess last week, I thought about, okay, what ideas can be adopted? What ideas are going to meet resistance from some members of the public and from the police? And so I'm going to focus on one of the ideas, and that is changing the nature of the traffic stops. And when I first read that, and I've seen that mentioned in some other towns, I could see just tremendous resistance to it. But I will say recent articles in the New York Times, actually, I think on the front page, have really helped me see this one in a new way and have helped me understand the psychology that some of the inner workings that might go through a police officer's mind, thinking of the car as a weapon in itself. And I then really began to understand, yes, we do have to change this. I mean, I know that I personally feel very unhappy and scared when I'm stopped by the police. And I know that as a white woman who's not young, I am probably the safest person out there to be stopped by a police person. So I think that we have some very big ideas here. It's not just a process question. It's really about bringing people along to understand bit by bit why this idea has to be changed, why this practice has to be reformed, and the idea that we town council can vote to change the culture of a department. And that's just not unrealistic. I mean, we have to be working together, and I know that great work has happened, but the public hasn't really been part of this work. So to my mind, the biggest thing is having larger conversations, being led by the group that has spearheaded this, being backed up and supported by the town, so that we can work our way through this. And people, when we do make these changes, they say, yes, I see why we've made these changes. They will make us a better and more just town. So that's kind of where I am right now.
Okay, thank you. Shalini.
Yeah, so many thoughts. I guess I do want to hear from the police and get that feedback when we're having these discussions. I also would like to hear from the safety working group if they would still want to continue offering more work and time. If there is a prioritizing or things that there's so many things I'm seeing here. And I think I want to spend time also grouping them under different, rather than individual boxes, maybe grouping them under specific things. But if the safety working group wanted to offer certain things that they feel are absolutely time urgent, and that feedback would be really helpful. And I also want to follow up on what Kathy was saying about not just the police going to the anti-racism training. And that's something that Pat and I, talked a lot about when we were bringing anti-racism training to the town council, if there were possibilities for all of us, different departments to be taking this training. And I think there are ways to break out people. I mean, I know we're not discussing that right now, but that's something I just want to put as a discussion forward, that as the new town council comes in and there'll be anti-racism training for the council, that to consider having that with different departments, and you can break out departments into separate breakout rooms to do their own thing. But I think it's important for us as a town to be doing this training together and to shift and build that culture.
Darcy, I'm going to skip to Andy since you've spoken once. So Andy.
Hi. So I was thinking about several different things on the that came up on the grid. One of which Dorothy has touched on already, which was B10 and create another police division on traffic and enforcement, leaving only arrestable traffic offenses to the APD. I certainly want to hear the practical questions as to how that's going to work. It is one of those things that also needs to go to town council, because we have to figure out what and understand what the current state legislation provides as who has power to do what kinds of things. And so I think that that's a very important part of the grid where we get into making sure the town council is involved, because they're the ones who can guide us as to what questions we need to ask and what questions we don't need to ask. I think the second thing that comes out of that then to me is the question of engaging the, well, I guess the size of the Amherst Police Department, because there was a reference in one of them to reducing the size of the Amherst Police Department, which was partly put out as a funding mechanism, because the feeling was just that we wouldn't need as many police officers. But I'm still looking for some guidance on what size we need of each department or each section, because I think that there are two sections that would need to work together and be effective enough to work together. And the third thing that I had thought about is, the question again with need of the police department. And I've thought about this a lot because of one of the things that we've heard many complaints about over the last year is noise complaints and the need to do something with partying loud students on weekends in particular, and how that's going to work out. And I think that actually, as I have thought about that question, we actually have a community responder system already in place through the University of Massachusetts regarding some of those issues, because they have the Walk This Way program, the students who we met at other meetings, who work with the community and work with students to try and educate students and educate the community and be buffers. And we know about what used to be called the Party Smart program, and I think has a different name now. But all of those mechanisms have been very helpful and have solved a lot of problems without police presence. But behind each one of them is ultimately the threat that if it doesn't work, that the police are there to back it up. And none of those mechanisms that the university has set up works for 100% of the cases and eliminates the need for police department, which sort of gets back to the issue that I had raised earlier of understanding the size of the police department we will need if this effort that we're being asked to undertake and are looking at very seriously as a success. So I guess those were just my thoughts and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Darcy.
Yeah, I think that this implementation grid is really helpful, and thank you for putting it together, Lynn and Paul. I guess I am thinking like, how can we use it to help move this along if we're not going to, if we're not going to like adopt it or anything as a whole, what can we do? And it seems to me that to the extent that it, as Paul mentioned, we can use it to help guide our town manager goals. That's one thing we can use it for. Another is the FY23 budget. If there's anything in there that is a potential budget item, we would want to flag that. And it almost feels like it needs to have a couple more columns in it that would be like, who's going to do this? What department, what staff, how much staff will be needed to figure out that particular policy? Will they need consultants to look at best practices in other towns on that particular issue? Can they be combined, and so on? And if we need extra funding for any particular item, fit that into the grid so that we can see if that's something that we need to look for funding for in the FY23 budget or in the ARPA funds or wherever. So yeah, I'm just trying to think of like, how can the town council itself be helpful in this area?
Paul, before I call on you, I just want to check on a couple things. I know that there's been this implementation team for CRESS, and that has involved 3 people from the Community Safety Working Group. Is that group continuing to meet, and are they addressing any of these recommendations?
Well, we have 3 members who are on the implementation team who also, and Jen Moyston is here as well, so they could address that.
Okay. And then the other thing is, we've discussed that there would be stipends for the CSSJC, and we assume also for the ROB. Have you had any further discussions about the amount of those stipends?
So we did, when we advertised for CSSJC members, we did say that there would be stipends. And what we're looking at is in the $1,500 to $2,000 range of stipends for that committee, and the oversight board might have a bigger. There's a lot of expectation for training for the people who are sitting on the oversight board, so that might be a different amount because there might be additional work that needs to be done with them. I did want to take a second, Lynn.
Please.
So the grid is nice and it's a nice tool, but the work of the substance was done by the CSWG. And I think we need to recognize that all these things that are here are on the table because of the work of the CSWG. This helps us create an action list of what the CSWG says is these are the things that we think you should be paying attention to first. This is not a comprehensive list, but it's the things that they have prioritized, things that would have the most impact possibly. And I think, we talk a lot about police stops, and that's something I think with, Dorothy's right, there's an article in the Times, but I mean, this is something that was identified early on by CSWG as a key piece of something of police work that we wanted to address. And I agree, I forget who said it, but about, I think Kathy, about the anti-racism work. And I would not tag that just to the police department. It is part of the police department, but it should be district-wide, town-wide, because that's just important. And I just want to reference back, when you made that policy in December of last year, both CSWG and the African Heritage Reparation Assembly and others have referenced the statement that you made back in December of 2020 as being something that motivates the action that is coming to fruition now. So when the council sets a value policy or a value statement, the town services need to start to align with that. It doesn't happen overnight, but it's an important statement for you to take on behalf of the town. So I think you would want to say that on behalf of all town departments, not just, it's not held just by the police department. It's held in our department and every other department. So we want to, I think it's really wise and something that we could work on in terms of another statement by the council, either through the goals or however you want to state it. But again, I think that this is a really important action list for us to start to address. It's in this format so people can track it easily and see where we are. This list will continue to be developed with, dollar signs that have to go onto it, timing that needs to go onto it. We will start to append the legal analysis that are in the works right now for especially the police, the resident oversight board. So there are things we will be starting to build on this in the very near future. So, but again, I just think that the work done in the last year by the CSWG to put this together was just immeasurable in terms of setting an agenda as we move into the next phase of implementation.
So, Paul, I just want to check. Well, you and I can follow up on this and also with members from the CSWG, but the next things that may come to the council might be some motions regarding what they want to see regarding the resident oversight board. We may at some point in the near future see a nomination of the appointees to the CSSJC. There's any number of things like that, and they may come at different times. And is there any other thing that you anticipate bringing to the council in the next, let's just put it out there, 2 months?
Yeah, yes, in the very near future, you've asked for a memo under the charter for creating new departments, both the DEI and the CRESS program. So those are two things that are in the works.
Okay. Alyssa. Please unmute.
I was just so excited to hear about the department plan that I forgot what I was going to say for a moment, is because that does need to come to the council soonish. And I guess part of what I'm struggling with here is how we're going to put things in the town manager goals associated with these things when he hasn't told us what it would take to do any of these things. So we're trying to not put platitudes in the town manager goals. We're trying to put actual action steps in the town manager goals. And we can't do that. And GOL can't do that on our behalf if we don't yet have any recommendations at all from the town manager on how to proceed on any of these things. So that's why I'm saying this needs solid information, because otherwise, what are we just going to write in our goals? Look at that grid. I mean, that's not a goal for the town manager. We need to be able to give specifics, and which means, we have that coming up. And so we need to ensure that this is incorporated fully. And it's not about another statement that needs to be made. It's about taking action steps forward.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the council? Are there questions from our guests this evening? For our guests this evening from the CSWG. I think people are still absorbing the amazing report you all did. And I've been through it twice, and I'll have to go through it many more times. Any other comments or questions? Alyssa.
So what are we going to have next time? That's my question. So we're going to be talking about the budget next week, right?
Next week, we don't do the budget. Next week, we do the financial indicators, which begins to give us a sense of what we think we have in terms of revenue and what we have in terms of known expenses. That begins the budget process. And so, you've been through it many times, Alyssa. So, it's the beginning, but it's not certainly the end.
What I'm saying is, so we send the town manager goals off to GOL for them to magically incorporate information we don't have yet. We send the financial indicators off to the finance committee, where they will have no specifics of things they can work in yet associated with that. That I think, I hope that makes clear my frustration. And so I'm trying to figure out how we can feed specific things at each of our meetings into those things, because it's not helpful to have them just be broad statements. It's also helpful to have them show specific direction. So I just want us to be able to connect all the dots, not have our silos working separately.
Paul?
Yeah, so I think the things that are on my list of things that are the next priority of things is the department memos for the creation of the two departments, right? For the CREST program and the DEI department. The second one is information to you and to share with everyone on the resident oversight board, because getting that up and running is a getting that should have fewer barriers on it, but there's information that needs to be delivered. And I anticipate that there's some of it is legal information that we will have that for you in the very near future. The third is appointments to the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. We don't have a big enough pool to fill the seats. So we want people to continue to recruit to help us do that. And then I would guess the next one would be sort of an assessment of the different policies that have been recommended. And that might involve the police chief weighing in on his interpretation and what he thinks is possible and what his recommendation is on those. So those are the top things that I would be working on.
Okay. Are there any other items that counselors would like to make sure go on Paul's list? Alyssa, do you feel that some of those at least will give some guidance?
Thank you. I appreciate you asking. And I think that's definitely a huge start. And that is also, but it's less clear as to what it looks like in terms of the town manager goals and the financial indicators. And this is where it comes in, where it's always really useful to have the town manager help write his own goals so that they are things that he knows what they mean in terms of, and tells us what we can ask him in order to get the things that we want. And obviously he's deeply engaged in the financial budget policy guidelines that the finance committee will work on too. So I think it's entirely reasonable to expect him to have some influence on what those things are, because he'll be able to say, oh yeah, this should go in here, this should be over here, and here's some language you can use that I will understand what you want me to do with my departments associated with that.
I agree. But it is a puzzle. And I don't mean puzzle because we can't do it. I mean, it's got a lot of moving parts trying to come together in a, unfortunately, short time. Are there any other comments at this time? I want to say it's nice to see members of the Community Safety Working Group. I understand you had a meeting last week as you finished up. And Jen, you weren't with us at the council presentation a week ago, but we want to thank you for the support you've given to the Community Safety Working Group throughout. If there are no other comments, then we're going to move on. Okay, thank you. The next item is Dave Zomack doing a Hickory Ridge update. And Dave, you are with us. And if we can just pause a moment and pull up, David, would you like the map and from the beginning, or would you like to just start?
No, that would be great, Lynn. If I could have the map, that I think that would be helpful for the council as well as any folks on the call tonight.
Okay. And again, this is just an update. There's no vote that I'm aware of. Okay.
Sure. Thank you, Lynn, and thank you to the council for having me. I know you have a very full agenda tonight, so I will try to be very brief, and a lot of this information you've heard before and seen before, and I'd like to leave a couple of minutes for questions at the end. So I think, as the council knows, and many members of the community know, this is, continues to be a very exciting project. It's a complex project with a lot of moving parts, and we're into it now. Probably 3.5, 4 years of discussions and meetings and votes, and staff and I are very appreciative of all the support we've received from the council, the CPA committee, the Conservation Commission, and many other boards and committees and residents alike. So thank you. Before you is a map we've shown before. This is a map that is available on the town website if anyone is looking for it later. This shows an outline in black of the 150 acres of land that we currently have under a purchase and sale agreement. We are moving more rapidly now toward closing. I anticipate that we will close before the end of the year. I know you've heard me give dates before, and as I said before, there's many moving parts to this, but I'm quite confident we're moving in the right direction. On this map, it does show the Fort River bisecting the property, over 1 mile of frontage, but equally as important, it does show the proximity of the property to a number of neighborhoods. The neighborhoods to the north, from Mill Valley Apartments and other apartment complexes north, to the village center over at the Pomeroy Village Center, where of course the town recently got a over $1 million grant to improve the intersection, and then to the neighborhood to the south and also to the east. So it's a really pivotal piece of property that we intend to control and help plan with the community. This map has some things in it. I won't go into great detail because we're short on time, but it does show the 2 proposed sites for about 25 acres of solar. That is something that was negotiated before the town got to the table, if you will. So the town was not part of that negotiation. That was done with the former owner, the golf course owner from New Jersey. So we stepped into the project with solar already on the property. And that's allowing us to get the property at a much reduced price. So we've been very busy, staff and members of the community. We have made quite a bit of progress since last I updated you. Back in October, we held 3 information days we called them Discover Hickory, where over 225 people attended. We had walks, great discussions with people. It was really exciting to be there. We did one on a Thursday morning, one on a Friday afternoon, and then we did the following one on that Saturday. Some people came twice. People were really engaged and gave us great ideas. We also, working with our community outreach folks, Brianna and others, we served a page up on the town webpage for Engage Amherst. So it's Engage Hickory. We've got over 90 comments that have already been made, ideas about how to reuse everything from the clubhouse to the trails to engaging the neighborhoods, and the ideas keep coming in. So it's really exciting to watch that. We've had a UMass studio, 6 or 8 landscape architect and regional planning students took a look at the property and shared some of their ideas with us in a quick studio project at UMass. And we've also submitted proposals for funding. We've submitted a proposal to for community development block grant funding for a connecting trail from north to south. We've also submitted a CPA proposal, which I'll be talking to the CPA committee about on Wednesday night, again, for enhancing and improving trail access for the future. We've also been busy doing other things. The 21E status of the project, that's many people were concerned about a former golf course. Are there any contamination issues on the site? And of course, that's our legal responsibility to clarify those and to clear those up. And the current owner has done that. So there are no great concerns about current or future contamination, and that's due to gas or oil or anything of that sort, which comes along with a golf course operation of over 50 years. We've done some additional mapping. You can see on this map, it includes many layers. It includes flood zones and riverfront and areas to be restored as per the state permits. And there's many other mapping layers that we've begun to put together. Again, this is all in process. Nothing has been decided about the property and future uses. We're beginning to talk about permitting. How would we permit some of the trails to be enhanced? We're continuing to work with the state on implementation of the plan. And we're also continuing to do outreach. I've met on a couple of recent occasions with the Affordable Housing Trust. John Hornick and that group have submitted some ideas about the potential reuse of the clubhouse area and or the parking on Pomeroy Lane for potential affordable housing. I've also reached out to our new recreation director and would like to engage Ray and his staff and the Recreation Commission. And we've also been engaged with the Fort River Watershed Association, the group of residents and concerned citizens who care deeply about the future of the Fort River. So there's a lot happening. As I said, I think there'll be a closing by the end of the year. One final note, we're not done with outreach for the year. You'll be seeing some things go up in the near future. We are doing some outreach up at the Mill Valley Apartments in the next couple of weeks as well. Our feeling was that we really did not get as many folks who live north of the property as we would have liked to on those 3 occasions back in October. So we're racing the weather to try to do an outdoor event at Mill Valley in the weeks ahead. So engagement and outreach is just beginning. Ideas are flowing, and we're really excited to be part of this project with the community. So I think I'll stop there and happy to take questions. Thanks.
Great. Councilors, questions? Kathy.
Yeah, thank you, Dave, very much. And thank you also for doing the walkarounds that you did. They were terrific. Mike, I have a couple questions about the solar arrays when I was just looking at them. And on the map, are you also capturing the fact that there's going to have to be a fence around them? So when we're looking on the map, does that take into account fencing? And some of them have these little pointed areas going out. And I know up by us, North Amherst, where the solar arrays are, there are a considerable amount of fencing around them, and underneath them has to be mowed. So it's a question of how big an area. Are we seeing all of it? And secondly, with that, you show an access road. That would be an access road for them to get in and out. Would it also be an access road for everybody to go in and out, or is it just for them? And then my third question is, on the map, there were these ecological restoration areas that you said the state had required us. Is that the current owner, before we own it, having to pay for that, or is that restoration something we have to do?
Great, thank you very much, Kathy. May I answer?
Please.
Lynn?
Absolutely.
Those are great questions. And so the map that we're sharing tonight, there's a number of maps, and I should have prefaced this by saying, there's a level of specificity on some of these maps, and others are a little bit more general. So there's a number of maps. The maps that we specifically have to draw from for permitting really came through the Conservation Commission and the Zoning Board of Appeals. So there is a project area for solar, which will be captured in a lease. The town is currently working with KP Law and the owner's attorney to finalize the lease. There will be approximately 26 acres of leased area for solar. The two areas that you see on them, I'm not sure if it's up anymore on your screen. I'm staring at it here on my wall. But those two areas will be fenced, and they will be screened. There's a provision in the zoning requirements that those areas be screened. There will be a connecting road, a crushed stone road, thank you, Athena, between the arrays, which will not be fenced. And then there'll be another connecting road getting out to West Pomeroy Lane, which will not be fenced. The solar company will have the right to pass and repass over those roads, but we will be using them in a dual fashion as part of the trail system. So they will not be those roads will not be fenced, and likewise the bridges. You can see the little purplish, I guess it looks kind of purple on my screen. There's 7 bridges that are currently intact on the property. So fencing, yes, the arrays will be fenced. They will also be screened. The access road is part of the project area. It'll be part of the leased area, but it will not be fenced. And the solar company will be responsible if anything happens to those roads. You can see the road to the east or the lower right hand of my screen. That's in a flood zone. So if that area gets damaged by a flood, the solar company has to fix that road. That is not the town of Amherst that will have to fix that road. And then ecological restoration, you can see that area on this map in a light green. There's a lot of layers going on here. So if you go to our website, you can see a couple of different maps that are a little clearer than this. But there will be 17 acres of ecological restoration that are required by the Natural Heritage Program at the state level. And this is required not of the town, but of the solar company. And so they basically have to mitigate for their impacts in this resource area. They're having roughly 25 acres of impact, and the state is requiring them to do 17 acres of restoration. That will be paid for by the solar company, not by the town of Amherst. So restoration will mean native plantings, removal of invasive species, and then they're required to monitor that. And off the top of my head, I'm not sure if it's 3 or 5 years, but between 3 and 5 years to make sure those plants and trees grow properly in the riverfront area. So I hope that answered your questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there other questions of the council? Darcy? Please unmute. Just a reminder, Darcy.
Sorry, hard to unmute there. I am just so excited about this project, Dave. And I just wanted to put in a pitch, or repeat a pitch that was made on the day that I did the walk around, and that is that a lot of the locals they walk or cross-country ski or run the perimeter. And to the extent that we can make sure that there is space to traverse the perimeter, that seems to be something that a lot of locals want. And the array is very close to the edge of the property, I see. So I'm hoping that with the fencing around it, there'll still be room for a path around the perimeter.
If I could, yes, thank you very much.
Please,
Darcy.
David.
We have heard that from a number of folks on the Engage page, as well as the 3 days we held out there. That came through loud and clear for trails, cross-country skiing, etc. I do want to say that, one of our key components, one of the key reasons we think this is such a critical piece of property is the connectivity north to south of trying to get folks from Orchard Valley out north and all the way up to East Hadley Road, and potentially to walk or bike over to the new playground and spray park over at Groff Park. You can see up in the right-hand corner, I can't see it because I think our images are there, but Crocker Farm School is very close to this property. The town owns land across the street, across West Street from Crocker Farm, and the potential to connect school children and teachers and faculty and parents to this property makes all the sense in the world. And of course, critical to this is getting people to the village center, to the shops, to the restaurants, to the convenience store, and trying to make that connection to the village center. And I did just want to put a plug in. I went very quickly. We're hearing from lots of people about everything from reuse of the clubhouse. Can it be reused? What condition it is in? Can we get a tour? How much buildable land is on the property? What other uses, from skateboard park to senior center to a zip line trail to disc golf, and the list goes on and on. If you go to the Engage page, you can do it by category, and you can see how many different exciting ideas there are. So all of those are kind of out there. And I did hear from an earlier speaker in this meeting who wanted us to begin to lay down or put forth some of the parameters of what can be done on the property based on the environmental and ecological sensitivity. And so that comment came through very loud and clear. I also wanted to remind folks that we will be getting a pilot payment, a payment in lieu of taxes. I'm working with the assessor's office and our new assessor, Kim Mew, on that. With the assistance of our finance director. There is one change with regard to the solar, which is that in the long run, it is unlikely that Amherst will be an off-taker of this solar project. That is something that I thought was a strong possibility. It turns out that the solar developer and the owner really needed all of the offtake energy to go to one source, to one municipality. And this is a 6.2 megawatt array, and we just do not have that need right now for 6.2 megawatts of energy coming off this, that will come off this array. So I don't know if that community has been finalized, but I know there is a community that wants to be an off-taker for the entire energy load here. We, of course, will be the only off-taker to the solar at the landfill, and I'm working with our finance director as we look at our energy needs in the future, and of course our sustainability coordinator at being an off-taker to other projects. There are quite a few other projects west of here, et cetera, that we could be an off-taker to.
Okay. Thank you, David. Lisa.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate that segue in terms of showing people what the parameters are, because we have heard a lot during this election season in particular about why don't you just have ginormous open brainstorming sessions where every possible thing can be discussed instead of giving us a plan you've already created. And there's obviously a huge area in between those two extremes, and that is there are a lot of constraints on this property, and so given those, then what can we be creative about? And so I think that'll be really helpful to people as we develop more and more of that, and you share it on Engage Amherst. The other thing I just wanted to mention is, having been to one of those events, and they were, as everyone said, well organized and well attended, although we do need more attendance from the very people that we're talking about being able to walk to various things through that property, is unfortunately, and I don't know what the limitations are for this, but a number of people I talked to when I went on that trip was, why isn't this flagged in some fashion with either those little wires with flags on them or some sort of environmentally friendly paint or a couple of lawn signs that give you a better sense? The map is pretty clear actually, but then when you try and translate that into looking at the property, okay, well, given where the water goes, et cetera, where is it that we would be able to potentially do various things? So I think the more that we can put meat on that bone in terms of showing people when they come out there, what we're talking about is the solar's over here, the path we're thinking will be here. Obviously, things are subject to change. I think that would really help people envision it better, because I heard an awful lot of when I was out there, wow, isn't this beautiful, to just leave it like this? And that's not really helping us forward with our goals. We know it's going to change. And so being able to show people what that looks like and what that footprint is like, I think in ways that we haven't been able to do so far. And obviously now we're going into snow season, but that didn't stop us from doing it before, except we didn't do it before. So anything more we can give people like that, I think will really help people envision it better.
Thank you.
If I could, Lynn, and I know we need to wrap up, but no, I really appreciate those comments, and absolutely, I think we're looking at the winter as a time to kind of catch our breath a little bit, and plan for the spring. I will say that one of the reasons we aren't able to get out there and do too much on the land yet is frankly because we don't own it, and we sought permission to do the various public events on the property from the current owner, and he was generous enough and open enough to allow us to do that. But we also have not spent much money at all doing those kinds of assessments, and some of that would take expertise and outside expertise of wetlands folks and environmental consultants. So we can't do any of that more in-depth work until we own it, and winter and spring will be a great time. And then the other thing I just wanted to say is we so want, and Alyssa, I think you alluded to it right at the end of your comments, we very much want the people who live around Hickory Ridge, to the north, to the south, to the east. There aren't as many residents. I'm not neglecting the folks to the west, but there aren't that many because it's so close to the Hadley line. But we really want to hear those voices of people who have heard about the project, but maybe haven't been able to engage with us either online or at one of these events. So I fully anticipate us having more events on the land in the spring where we can engage many, many more people who I think want to have a voice in the planning of this wonderful asset. So that's a commitment we're going to make. And the other thing I heard loud and clear from the council many, many months ago is, bring together as many different opportunities on this land as possible. It is not simply 150 acres of conservation land. There's opportunities to look at affordable housing. There's opportunities to look at other creative things we can do on the land. Yes, there are constraints, but let's be creative about what the asset can bring to everyone who lives in Amherst or visits here. So that's the charge, and I heard it loud and clear many months ago, and that's what we're carrying through on.
Shalini, one last comment?
Yeah, just very quickly, just to pitch in from what I've been hearing on the campaign during that time was lack of programming for youth and inaccessibility to leisure services, lack of transportation to get downtown and so forth. So while I very much enjoyed the trails and so forth, and I would love that, I think also having programming that is accessible and that the youth in that area would enjoy. So just the idea that we use the same land for multiple purposes and making sure that we're using that land to meet the different needs of the groups. And I'm already hearing you say that, but I just wanted to pitch in that programming for youth because it's easy access for them, and maybe using Hitchcock Center or someone to provide programming for outdoor kind of stuff. So a lot of collaboration there and fun. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any other final comments from councilors? David, thanks for joining us. I know you have other items and we'll be seeing you later in the agenda.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Great. We're going on to action item 8A, which is our public way requests. The first one is regarding 26 Spring Street. I want to just note that we did not vote suspension of Rule 8.4 on this. So I'm going to come back to that at some point. But we have with us Kyle Wilson from Archipelago, and this is a request from the builder. So Kyle, please start.
Hello, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'll be very brief. 26 Spring Street, our project, we shut down during COVID. We're very fortunate to restart that at this time. And so we like to seek the use of the sidewalk and the 4 parking spaces for the completion of the project. There's a map that has been submitted, and I'm sure you're all aware of the project site itself. Thank you, Athena, I appreciate it. That has not changed from the original presentation that we made back in 2019. So it's the same amount of space, the same location, and we are seeking to change the date so that we can finish construction by the end of 2022.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions from the council? Kathy?
Yeah, I guess my question is, when I counted up the months, we will have lost the sidewalk and the parking places for 25 months if we do this extension. And one of the things that you can really see with the building frame that's up is the frame comes so close to the street that's one of the reasons you've had to take over the sidewalk and take over part of the street. Is that the frame that's going to be there? Do you have to start over and take it down? Because it looks rusty, it looks weathered. So I'm just, are you just going to put outside coating on it, or are you going to be starting over was one question. And if you're starting over because things have rusted, could the building be stepped back more from the street? Because it blocks you. When you look down the street, you can't see the houses to either side. It really looms over, and you can just see it from the apparatus. So it's one of my questions is about the public way is going to be out of commission for quite some time, at a time when we're also talking about potentially removing the parking lot on the North Commons and having construction on the North Commons. And it's a tight fit right now. So questions, are you starting from scratch again, or are you building on what we see now?
In consultation with the architects and the structural engineer and the town building department, Western Builders is on site right now, and they're demolishing the wood framing that is on site. The steel will all remain as is.
So I think, are you saying therefore the actual footprint at this point will not change?
We have no proposal yet to change the approved plans and the footprint there.
And is there any possibility that you could change the footprint, or is it fixed in stone? I guess literally fixed in stone. If it's steel,
it's steel and concrete. The concrete foundation will remain, and all the steel will remain. There's no plans to change either of those.
Okay, Mandy Jo.
Yeah, we're here to talk about a public way request. We're not the planning board or the ZBA in terms of what the footprint of the building is. But I noticed in looking at all of this information that the original vote that we made back in 2019 was till January 15th of 2021. That is obviously about 10 months ago. So I'm curious what happened between January and now in terms of the use. This is probably more a question for Paul. But why are we doing this 10 months after the last authorization happened? And were the parking spaces taken up between January 15th, 2021 and now? I know there was some non-ticketing going on at some point of parking spaces for not paying fees, but what did Archipelago pay the fees for the use of those spots if they were used between the time we had originally voted the use of the spots in the public way and our vote today?
Paul?
I could, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Kyle.
I could answer that. Well, we shut the project down in March of 2020. And between that time and January of 2021, we did pull back the fencing. I don't know the exact date, but to get out of the way of the parking spaces. So the fencing has not been and is not right now out in the street occupying those spaces.
Paul, is there any further comment that you'd like to add?
No, that's what Kyle said. I mean, I've actually parked there sort of purposely, in fact, to make it clear that people could park there. So, yeah, but I don't know exactly what date that happened.
Thank you. Dorothy?
I think that the abandoned building up to the sidewalk has an object lesson. It makes it very clear the intrusion onto the public way and view. I just want to express my great dismay and say this is what happens when the planning board completely ignores the design review board. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further comments or questions? This is a public way request, and for which the town will be compensated for the use of the parking spaces. I'm going to make the first motion, which is in fact to suspend Town Council Rules of Procedure Rule 8.4 for the current agenda item. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion about that item? Seeing none, then I'm going to start with Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Darcy Dumont,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Stain.
Evan Ross,
Aye.
George Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Abstain.
Steve Schreiber,
Aye.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz,
Aye.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
So suspending 8.4, the vote count is 11 in favor, none opposed, 2 abstention, no absence. We're going to move on to the next motion, which is to authorize the temporary use of the public way at 26 Spring Street from November 9, 2021 to December 31, 2022. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to move to the vote. Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Darcy Dumont,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is a yes, Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
No.
Evan Ross,
Aye.
George Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
No.
Steve Schreiber,
Aye.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz,
No.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
The vote is 10 in favor, 3 opposed, no abstentions, no absence. Thank you for joining us, Kyle.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
There's one more motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you so much for calling my attention to that. There is a final motion to approve the application for Archipelago Investment LLC for reservation of 4-meter parking spaces on the north side of Spring Street as reflected on the map titled 16 Spring Street Town Way, October 15, 2021, from November 9, 2021 to December 31, 2022, 24 hours per day for a fee of $10 per meter per day for a total of $13,880. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Is there any further question or comment? Dorothy Pam.
I know when I read this, I said, what is the purpose of this third one? Just please explain it, that's all.
It is to make sure that they pay us for the use of the parking spaces because they will not be available to the public who in fact would be paying us for the parking spaces.
But why do we need a motion for that? I mean, if they've agreed to do it, wouldn't they do it without us having making a motion of it?
No.
I'm just confused as to why we have to vote on this.
This is in fact to make them pay.
And if we don't vote, they won't pay. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Fine. Alyssa?
You don't have to believe it, but that is what happens. The people don't pay if we don't say that they have to pay, because there's no assumption on the part of staff without this sort of motion, based on my many years on the select board, unless you specify that they're going to have to pay, that they will pay. Now, on the other hand, when they have arrangements for all the vehicles they need to do the construction, that's something they work directly with staff on. They should not be feeding meters. They should be working with staff on how to arrange for all those vehicles. Or maybe they have a private company they've made an arrangement with for parking. But when it comes to actually our spaces, we do have to specify this. That's part of our keepers of the public way.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Okay, hearing none, the motion's been made and seconded. I'm going to begin with Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesemer is an aye. Mandy Jo.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shelley Bowman.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
It is unanimous, 13 in favor. Are there any other questions or comments? I'm going to now go on to the next use of the public way. Thank you, Kyle. The next use of the public way is we're going to start with a presentation from Eric Brody, former chair of the Public Arts Commission, and Gigi Barnhill. Eric is in the room. Is Gigi in the audience?
Yes, I'm just bringing her in now.
Thank you so much. Athena, you're doing a fabulous job. As always. Okay. This also is a request for the public way. And before we start, I'm going to actually ask Athena to put up a map and so she can show people where the East Common is. And the reason I am doing this is because Athena herself admitted she didn't know where the East Common was. So all the way in the eastern part of Amherst, near Fort River School, is a long strip of land that includes a number of roads, but also includes a lovely common. And that common extends all the way down below Route 9. And the only other time I can remember we ever discussed this is when we gave permission to Amara, who has a project that he is attempting to do on this, permission to do something in the public way. But many of you might know this area. It has beautiful daffodils in the spring. It is used regularly by the food market, that is a mobile food market, during the spring, summer, and fall. And it is, unfortunately, a long line of cars are often there, but nevertheless, this is the East Common. Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to now call on Eric and Gigi to make their presentation. And it is in your packet. Okay. Eric, you need to unmute.
I am unmuted.
There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, councilors. A pleasure to be before you with my co-conspirator on this project, Gigi Barnhill. Just for the benefit of those who don't know me, some of you do, briefly tell you who I am. I'm a former chair of the Public Art Commission. I am the co-founder and vice president of the Amherst Center Cultural District, have been for the last 5 years since it was founded. Treasurer of our poor benighted art walk, which has just met its demise thanks to COVID. And I'm a photography member of Gallery A3. This is a project. What is the project? Maybe before I should go into that, I should let Gigi introduce herself so that you know who both of us are, and that might help you decide whether we're qualified to carry this out. Gigi, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Gigi Barnhill. I live on Larkspur Drive. I've been most recently the co-chair of the Amherst Cultural Council. With Eric, I serve on the Amherst Center Cultural District. I've been head of the board of trustees of the Amherst Historical Society and involved in a few other activities in town and elsewhere. I will say I came from the Worcester area and was a longtime board member and president of Arts Worcester, which sought to enrich that community with cultural activities. And through the Cultural District Committee with Eric, he came up with this idea, and I just thought it would be a wonderful opportunity to work on something for the town of Amherst that involved living artists. My professional career was as a curator of a large print collection of historical prints, and I only dealt with dead artists. So I'm really fine. I like the live ones a lot better. So anyway, that's enough about me. Let's go on to the project that Eric has identified so well.
So I'd like to take credit for the idea, but it's actually modeled on a project that I saw in Sarasota, Florida, along their bayfront, which is incredibly dramatic and compelling. There are some images from that project that are in your packet, and maybe some of those could be shown so that the viewers at home can have an idea of what we're talking about as I describe it. As you can see, they are large murals supported on uprights, the structures in triangular shaped structures, 3 murals to a side. That's the Sarasota version. What we're proposing is a somewhat scaled down version of that. Those murals are 16.5 feet wide and 12 feet tall, and about 4 feet off the ground. What we're proposing are 10 of those structures, with 3 on a side for the East Common, and using probably the more, it would be the more southern side of the Common is my guess, because it's more of an open space there now, although having some trees among them would also be nice. Anyway, what do they consist of? The murals would be made, we are proposing, by Amherst students from K-12. We've talked about also inviting the colleges to contribute as well, but we haven't decided on that yet. We want to talk to more of the teachers in the L High area before we decide about whether we want to reach out to the colleges, since there will be only 30 spaces. I'd like to include private schools as well as the public schools. The murals would be based on a theme. The theme in Sarasota was embracing our differences. And the murals there, they've been doing this for nearly 20 years, and now they get images from all over the world. We'll be limiting ours to all over Amherst, our own small world. And to distinguish it somewhat from their theme, we're proposing, as a working title anyway, Embracing Community. And you can see the scale here of the size that they are, and you can imagine 10 feet by 8 feet murals would be somewhat smaller than that, but still powerful and dramatic. Embracing community. A couple of the teachers that I've spoken to already would love to see the words diversity included, because in the schools they've been working on that since the George Floyd murder and the whole Black Lives Matter movement. So it's a working title, and I think the final title will emerge from more teachers, from talking with more teachers. Also, from this image, you can see that there's some text at the bottom of the murals, and we'd like to incorporate the idea that they have there too. On the left side, beneath one of the figures, you can see, you can't read it, but it's a quotation. They also solicited quotations from students, not the same students who necessarily provided the art, but students who were invited to write sentences about the theme without even seeing any of the art. And then a committee would get together and try and match quotations that went with various works of art. So it would involve a large number of students, would require cooperation from the school art teachers and maybe even English teachers as well. That's a challenge in itself that we haven't really delved into yet, but with the exception of talking to a couple of teachers to get us started. This meeting tonight is important for us in terms of our application for an Amherst Cultural Council grant because we've applied for seed money for the project, but they require a venue to be committed in order for them to consider a grant on a parcel of property. They need to know that the property is available and it's not just a pipe dream. So they are at the process as we speak of beginning to evaluate grant applications for the fall. And so we're hoping that you'll be able to make a decision this evening that we can carry to the granting agency that the property would be made available for a project like this. You probably have questions about it. And so, but that's the general idea. The structure would be spread out in an interesting way, not just all in a line, that there'd be a committee put together to judge the work. Teachers would presumably submit their students' work, and the committee would select the final ones that would be erected on these structures. All the work, however, part of the project is to also establish a website so that all the students' work who submitted would be put up on the website. So for the community, their parents, their fellow students, they would all get some credit for participating in the project. The idea is to do a couple of things. One is to enliven the East Common, which has never had anything going on there except a few, kids playing Frisbee and so on. It's a fantastic space. It deserves some artistic public art on it. It could, and we expect it will start because of the size of it and the subject matter. It would not start, but it would continue a community conversation on community and diversity. That's in a nutshell what we're hoping to do. And we look forward to your questions.
So Eric, before I open it for questions,
Sure.
Could you please tell us how long these will be there and how big will they be?
Okay. Well, we're looking for good weather for people who'll be wandering around, and also so that they would better survive in not severe winter. So possibly from May through October. Something we've talked about, but we haven't mentioned in the proposal because we're going to sort of see how it goes, is these could be moved. They could spend a couple of months on the East Common, and then conceivably they could be moved to Kendrick Park or Sweetser Park. But the general idea was to keep them on the East Common, which is not to say that they couldn't be moved and to a different part of town as well. But all in all, wherever they were, probably between May and October.
And that would be in 2022?
2023. 2023. So just to give you an idea of the timeline, the teachers certainly need time to take hold of this project. They couldn't do it. We wouldn't get funding for it anyway until the spring. We have to get teachers on board, develop the theme, and presumably they would do their work with students in the fall of 22. The work would then be submitted to us in the winter, early spring of 23. We would then have the murals printed in time for a May vernissage in the spring of 23.
And the size?
They would be 10 feet wide, and the murals themselves 8 feet tall. With we're estimating that the murals would be 5 feet off the ground.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to start with Pat DeAngelis.
I have to tell you that I absolutely adore this project. as a former elementary school teacher who always included mural making as part of our classroom environment and early on in the year, it just sings to me. The other thing that I particularly like is the idea of the website, so that every student who puts in an entry their work will be shown. I'm going to encourage you to keep it K to 12. I think that the artwork that will come from this group of people will be startlingly challenging and wonderful. And I think college students have plenty of opportunity, or a lot more opportunity perhaps, to show work. So thank you, and you have my full support.
Great.
Thank you, Pat.
Darcy?
Yeah, I also support it, and as also a former teacher, art teacher who has participated in a lot of mural making. And I'm wondering if the process that you're using, are you using some kind of digital copying process to copy the artwork to the vinyl?
The artwork would have to be scanned into digital format, and then the digital files would be submitted to a printer who could print them and they'd be printed on vinyl, presumably black vinyl on the inside so the sun wouldn't bleed through, and white on the outside. Where the murals would be printed. But yeah, a digital file made from scanned artwork.
Very interesting.
Thank you. I just want to remind people that this is a wonderful conversation. Our job is the use of the public way for this. Shalini?
Yeah, not necessarily a public way question, but, and I'm sure you're going to do this. It's an amazing project for community development, but just the committee, just making sure that it comprises diverse people and BIPOC people and Indigenous people to be judges. And my question was, I'm completely in agreement with this project, of course, but who is using this project right now? And have they been, like, other people live? I forget. I know the green area, but I don't remember if there were houses. I think there are houses there. So have they been consulted and just getting their feedback?
There are houses surrounding the common with streets in front of them, but there's houses on 3 sides.
Right.
Yeah, many of those are student rentals.
We have not consulted any of the residents because we didn't know at that point and this point whether we would have the use of the green for the project. So we didn't want to get anybody excited, but clearly if we move forward, we would and we should be talking to the homeowners there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mandy Jo?
Thank you. I was going to urge a referral to TSO, but I'm not sure we need a referral to TSO, but I'm not sure we're ready to vote tonight because the motion doesn't include much of what we need a motion to include, which is the exact dates of the use, that whether it's temporary or permanent, how many structures, the size of the structures we're going to permit going on, and things like that. So I don't want to wordsmith a motion tonight. So I would encourage us to wait until next week to actually vote this, and so that we can get a correctly worded temporary use of public way motion. But I do have one question. Thank you for the presentation, and it actually answered most of my questions. But I do still have one. The East Common does not have a lot of parking around it. Most of the streets around it are actually posted as no parking. And so what is the plan for allowing people to get to the East Common to view these if they don't use public transportation?
No, we don't have a plan for getting people to the Common. I walk there, I ride my bike there. You can see, you'll be able to see these just by driving by them. I can't answer the question about the parking.
Well, of course, the school has plenty of parking if people want to see the installation during the summer when school's not in session.
Okay.
There is
Thank you.
also a small parking area by the East Street School.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Evan?
Yeah, so I think this is a great project. Obviously, it's not our role on the council to give feedback on the project, but to look at the public way request in that aspect of it. And so with regard to that, I haven't seen a map or a diagram of where these would be placed on the common. So my assumption is the ask is for just a blanket approval of put these wherever on the common. And that's something that I could understand if you're in the early phases of planning this. You'd want that blanket approval, but I guess I do have a little bit of an issue with that. Usually when we have public way requests, we have diagrams that show where things are being reserved, and we don't have that. And so we know that the mobile market also uses the common. I know because it's down the street from me and I walk there that it's heavily used by the people who live in the houses along that street to play Frisbee, to play flag football. And so I would want to make sure that this project doesn't consume the entirety of the common in a way that eliminates its use for the residents who live around the common. And so similar to Mandy, I don't necessarily know this needs a referral to TSO, but I'm having trouble envisioning voting for an approval without knowing what part of the commons being used, especially when we compare it to other public ways requests we've had where we usually have sort of extensive diagrams saying this is where we're reserving, so that we can understand and ensure that we're avoiding conflicts with other uses of the common.
Evan, I think it's perfectly understandable that we would bring this back as a much more fleshed out motion next week. Mandy Jo and you both have made that point. I think it's an excellent one. And actually, Athena and I were a little bit not clear about the motion as we went forward. We felt like it didn't have everything we needed. Alyssa.
Thank you. I was going to agree that it doesn't need to go to TSO. As a TSO member, I don't believe it does. I think getting that information for us for next time as a full town council will be perfectly adequate. I do agree that we are always in this tricky place, as we just saw with Spring Street, when we say this is about a public way request. This isn't about redoing other people's things. But the reality is, at the same time, if this had come to us as a project that said it was only for college students, I might very well say, yeah, that could be somewhere else. And so I'm very encouraged by the fact that it's for school students K through 12. And I appreciated the comment that it didn't necessarily need to include college students. But so again, there's that rub between what's our role as the public way and what is our role as agreeing to let you use the public way for that particular purpose, which also plays into, even though he might not have intended it, what Evan said about, the passive uses of that space. Like we know we know the mobile market's there, but we know we don't have the Rotary Fair there, for example, but people do use it. And so having that would be helpful. And then once we approve this, which we will, I wanted to encourage you to reach out with flyers on what we presume are tenant cars, not just the landlords, just to, get people engaged and get them excited about it. But that's an outreach thing that we would have mentioned at TSO, but since we're not going to need to take it to TSO, I thought we'd be fine.
Thank you, Alyssa. Andy?
Yeah, as we're making inquiries before we form this into a motion, I have one more request, and that is that somebody check with the Affordable Housing Trust or the staff that's working with the trust on the East Street School project to make sure that they were not planning on the use of any portion of the common for aid during the construction process for affordable housing.
Yeah.
Good point.
Right.
Somebody needs to mute. Thank you. Andy, any further questions? Okay. Steve.
Hi, and thanks
like everyone else, I think this is a really interesting proposal. I take some exception to the unused, like the comment that it's unused, because I too live near there, and there's active use, there's passive use, but a use can also be a green space that doesn't have anything in it. It's just, beautiful to, to enjoy walking by. So I'm not sure, like, for example, the regular town common is not used per se actively much of the time. But anyway, so I think that we're not here to discuss where they go, but I hope there is a lot of thought about that. And actually, one of the most interesting parts of that particular common is the fact that it does go all the way down past Auto Express to where that new mixed use project is. And I would love to, if you would consider, that at least some of the project being there as a way of identifying that, in fact, that is part of the East Common. But that's my 2 cents. I think there's plenty of parking with the East Street School and with the on-street parking. And people are going to be there for a short time. So I'm not sure that the tow trucks or the ticketers will be there quickly enough to, cause trouble. But
Paul, did you have a comment? Okay. Are there any other comments? Given this, we will go back, we'll work on a motion based on the additional information that we've heard tonight and the request, and also try to work with Eric before the next meeting so that we can put it in your folder by Wednesday, a map or a sense of where on the East Common we're talking about. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Eric and Gigi, thank you for joining us tonight. It's only a short delay, and we'll be in touch tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. Thanks so much for your time and
Thank
your
you.
service to the town.
Yeah. Well, thank you on all of our behalf. Okay. We are going on to the next item, which is this is an interesting item, but it shouldn't take too long. And Dave Zomack is going to run us through it. It's a request. Why don't I just let Dave explain it? Okay, David? And let's show the map while we're at it.
Hello, yes, if Athena could put up the map, I can quickly explain this item. So I think as the council has gathered, and if others in the meeting review the packet, the state is essentially announcing their intention to work with John Oliver and his family to purchase part of John's holding off of West Street. We can see this map, which outlines the southern part of town, West Street going over the notch. So on in the upper, not shown on here is Atkins, and this is headed toward South Hadley and Granby. In green is indicated by state land already owned and managed by the Department of Conservation and Recreation. So state law requires the Commonwealth to let a municipality know when they may or have intention to buy land in that community, and this is the Commonwealth letting Amherst know that it is working with the Oliver family to buy. I don't have the number right in front of me, but it's in your packet. I believe it's about 6.5 acres thereabouts of land indicated in red. You can see it's very faint, but you can see the house and driveway and small pond, which is John Oliver and his family would. The cursor is not on it right now. If you go north from there, up near the red, Athena, keep going. Yes, there's a small, there we go. Thank you. The house and long driveway and the pond would remain in ownership of the Oliver family. So there's two parts to this evening. One is to announce that the Commonwealth intends to they may buy the land, and two is they would like us to waive the town to waive the 120-day notice for this potential acquisition. I did note in the memo, as many people often ask, what are the tax implications? And I believe that's outlined in your memo. It turns out working with our new assessor, with some help from our finance director and our former assessor, Dave Burgess, we determined that in fact, the payment in lieu of taxes will actually be more than the 6.5-7 acres currently brings into the town. So those are the two parts. And the town, from a departmental standpoint, this is not the Conservation Department, this is not the Kestrel Trust, this is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts noticing us and asking for a waiver of the 120-day notice, legal notice.
So before we go to questions, I just want to verify with you, David, that by having this on our agenda tonight and having this discussion constitutes sufficient notice of the department, of the state's intent.
Yes, I think it would be important to read in the motions. That would be the official, they would like the motion read. I think we took the motion directly from the MGL, and I think you have that before you, if I'm not mistaken.
The motion that we have before us is the one to waive the 120 days.
And the first part would, yes, so be the announcement that, there we go, thank you, Athena. So announce at a public meeting that the Department of Conservation and Recreation may acquire an interest in a parcel of land, and that is included as Exhibit A that Athena had just shown us.
Right, okay. So
and this land will become part of the Mount Holyoke Range State Park. I have not been involved in this process, but years ago I met with former Congressman Olver, and I know he had the intention to try to preserve some of his land as part of the Mount Holyoke Range State Park. So I presume this is moving forward on those wishes.
Okay, so the only motion we will deal with tonight is to waive the 120 days.
Correct.
And then we will provide a certification of the fact that we held this meeting and we made the vote. Correct?
I think that should suffice, yes.
Okay. Are there questions?
If there's any questions, sure.
Kathy?
Mine isn't so much a question, but when I read the motion sheet, Lynn, I read the memo and saw the word state. And in the motion, I believe it never says state, because here it also it's just a department. So at first I thought that we were buying it, Dave, or waiving it. So I was just going to do a friendly, could we put the word state in? So when
we'll say the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
And Lynn, if I could clarify, there was the number. I'm sorry, I was off a little bit. It's 8.646 acres.
Okay. All right. Hearing no other, then I'm going to make the motion pursuant 301 CMR 51.07 in parens 1 in parens B, the Amherst Town Council hereby agrees to waive the 120 notice period as required by said section as to a parcel of land of approximately 8 acres in the town of Amherst, shown on Exhibit A, attached hereto, in which the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation is considering acquiring an interest. Is there a second?
Anarchy seconds.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions? Okay, then I'm going to start with.
Sorry, there's a hand up, Lynn.
I'm sorry, yes. Alyssa.
So we haven't done one of these for a while, but I got to say it's a little weird that and I appreciate what Dave was telling us and what you agreed to in terms of our minutes reflecting, that we were announcing at a public meeting that DCR may acquire an interest in a parcel of land. and then we're actually going ahead and voting, even though there would be zero opportunity aside from those wonderful people who follow our packets online to know that we've done that. But similarly, if they're not listening tonight, they also wouldn't know it. So it's just a little bit awkward. So I guess I'm just saying we should be really clear in the minutes, as I believe you indicated that we did that announcement. And then, of course, the reality is if for whatever reason we have people beating down our doors after this and they say, well, that was a crazy idea, then we obviously would see what we could do about that. But it puts us in an odd position for any kind of thing to say the reason DCR wants you to announce it, I don't think is just so that you can say I announced it and then 5 minutes later I voted on it. I think it's you announce it so that then the public has some opportunity to weigh in. But I'm going to say that on this particular issue, there doesn't seem to be any issue or controversy of any kind based on what Mr. Somek has presented and had put in our packet.
Given that, would you prefer that we have waived 8.4, but we could just still delay this vote until next week?
I would actually prefer that we not. I just wanted to throw up a flag that we should be cautious about this for future reference. I think we're fine.
I think it's an excellent caution. Are there any other questions? We will go ahead with the vote. Okay, I'm going to start with Lynn Griesmer, it's an aye. Mandy Johanicky?
Aye.
Dorothy Pam?
Yes.
Evan Ross?
Aye.
George Ryan?
Aye.
Kathy Shane?
Yes.
Steve Schreiber?
Aye.
Andy Steinberg?
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz?
Aye.
Shelley Bell-Milne?
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer?
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis?
Aye.
Darcy Dumont?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Okay, we're going on to surveillance technology, and this is a first reading. I'm going to call on Mandy Johanicky and Pat DeAngelis, who are the sponsors. They will make a brief presentation. I will then ask for the TSO report, the GOL report, and we'll have a discussion. So.
Thank you. Athena could put up the slide. I'm not going to go through the slide itself, but we created a acquisition sort of flow chart that indicates to help people understand if this bylaw passes, what it would actually require the town manager to do and the council to do in order for surveillance technology to be used. The purpose of this bylaw is to provide for regulation and oversight of surveillance technology acquisition and use by the town of Amherst, and the use of the surveillance data it provides. Because we feel it's necessary to safeguard the rights of individuals to privacy and to balance the public's right to privacy with the need to promote and ensure safety and security. Pat's going to talk about some experiences she's had with surveillance, but one thing we found in going through this whole process, and this was referred to TSO over a year ago, is no one really knows exactly what surveillance technology is being used in this town. And that's part of the point of asking for this bylaw to be passed, is we want to know what our town is using technology-wise that surveils us. What it's using that watches where we are, can identify our faces, can identify the cars we're in, how long they've been parked locations, and all of that. And that can be used then for good or potentially not so good purposes. And so it's not a bylaw that is intended to stop the use of surveillance technology per se. It is a bylaw that is intended to bring out to the light what that use is, who's using it, which departments are using it, what data is being collected, and how long that data is being kept under state law requirements or not. Because we don't even know what our policies are related to the data that's being kept, who can access it, and how long it gets kept, and things like that. And so we thought it was very important for the town to be more open about its use,
of the technology itself and the data that is being provided. And I'll pass it on to Pat.
Thank you, Mandy. I just want to share a personal story. Back when we invaded Iraq, almost 30 years ago now, and I bring that up for a very specific reason. Activists, peace activists, and people opposed to the war were coming together to protest. They were protesting a 5-week bombardment that involved about 2,000 bombing sorties a day for 5 weeks. And so as an activist and a person who does not believe in war, living out of town, I lived in Shelburne Falls at that time. My then partner and our young baby son came into Amherst to protest because we understood there was a gathering on the common. We parked in the Spring Street lot. We put our money in the meter. There were other activists getting out of their cars with signs and banners, and they were also putting money in the meters and parking legally and moving out onto the common when I noticed 2 police officers with video cameras filming us, and then walking into Spring Street and filming the license plates of the cars. I was appalled, and we went over to the police department trying to talk to them and find out why they were doing this, since no one was doing anything illegal. And they refused at that time to talk to us. I think the reception in the police department would be different today, but I was deeply appalled, and I realized how easily our freedoms and our civil rights can be violated. So to me, this bylaw addresses the fact that surveillance technology is so much more sophisticated than a couple of men with their video cameras. And it's that sophistication that makes it us all more vulnerable to us. So this bylaw is to help protect the civil rights of all people against failures in technology that make mistakes in facial recognition based on race, on a variety of mistakes that are inherent in the technology, and the misuse and mistreatment of people because they're part of a specific religion or organization. So I'm going to encourage you to really step forward and ask your questions, but in the long term, vote for the passage of this bylaw. Thank you.
Okay. Are there questions from the council or comments? Kathy.
Yes, thank you both for doing this. The memo was great because you provided some examples of what's happening outside of Amherst. My questions are trying to understand how difficult administratively this would be for the town staff, but then also there's a section I that says a town council committee is going to prepare an annual report assessing an impact in the policy. I'm not sure how a town council committee would do that. So I don't know what's envisioned there, especially if we don't think there is this technology being used right now. So how you would do an assessment of the impact as well as the policy, and how a council committee would do it, given that we're not staffed. So that section I just raised me, I didn't know how it would happen. Then the second question is, are we worried at all on issues like this, that if we didn't do something, that we are exposed to legal actions? So I don't know whether the wording at the end that says as long as there was an effort to correct and change, then the complaint would just fall on the floor. So that piece. And my last is on exemptions. If we we're not doing it now, but I had an experience in New York, which I thought was smart of the city, that a car went through a red light and they were able, with the camera that was set up, to catch the car at the minute it was going through the red light, do the license plate, and issue a ticket without a policeman racing after it. And if you had that, you can't keep that data, but you're using the data just to issue the ticket or a speeding ticket. I got a speeding ticket 5 weeks after I returned from a trip overseas because I was going in a France highway that took that same picture. So, and I knew I'd been speeding, so it was a ticket. Would it prohibit that? Or would that be an allowable if we got to that automated ticket giving, as long as you didn't store the information and use it for other purposes? And then this, I have no idea what else they did as they were taking pictures of our cars going through. So that was my one example. It wasn't so much surveillance, but it was used as a way of stopping people from going through red lights or going really fast on a road.
Mandy Jo?
Thank you. I'll try to answer the questions. The administrative part of this has been modified extensively in response to concerns of both TSO and the town manager. It is why the town manager is not required to do an annual report anymore unless the council asks. It is also why it is a council committee doing the impact analysis. It was originally proposed that it would be either the Human Rights Commission or potentially not yet created police oversight board or some sort of resident oversight board. And there were concerns about adding more work onto them. And so in order to not add more work or create a new committee to do that impact analysis, it was proposed to have it done within the council itself. And TSO voted to recommend that change, as you'll hear when the TSO report comes. So the attempt has been made to make this as administratively not complex, despite its complexity, as it can be, while still providing the required oversight. If we're going to ask for oversight, there's going to be administrative issues. To talk about those administrative issues again, as it relates to red light cameras, I'm not even sure red light cameras are allowed to be used in Massachusetts right now under state law. But again, this bylaw is not an intent to prohibit uses of technology. It is an intent to make sure that the council approves the use of any technology so that the public knows what technology is being used and so that the public knows what the data retention policies are. And so those data retention policies would be published, would be out there, and it would become transparent. What if a red light camera becomes legal? We have dashboard cameras. To correct another thing, there is surveillance technology out there now being used. Getting a list of what that is was very hard from TSO because it's so ubiquitous right now, actually. What this bylaw would provide is knowing the town and the residents would know what that surveillance technology is, and then it would know, say with those dashboard cameras that we're currently using on police vehicles, when do they go on? Do they go on automatically? What is the policy around their use? But then also, who has access to the videos that are automatically created by those use? What can they be used for? How long are they retained? Are they retained longer than state law allows us to retain them or not? Who within the police department has access? Who within the public has access? And so we don't really know a lot of that information right now, or to get that information requires a whole lot of extra. The public has problems getting that information, I will just say. And so this bylaw would make sure that that information is readily available for the purposes of the public knowing who can use it, how can it can be accessed, and what is being used and where it's being used. Legal actions, we have gone with the legal language that the town attorney recommended that we go with. It was actually modified between the town TSO vote and the attorney review at GOL for what the attorney recommended.
Are there other questions? I want to go back to the point, Kathy. I'm sorry, Dorothy, go ahead.
Just a comment. We may not know a lot of the answers, but I think we do. I agree with the sponsors. We have to get out front and do whatever we can to put some kind of protections against surveillance, which is unwarranted. Okay. And I just feel that we're probably surveilled at a much higher level than we are aware right now. And so this is a step in the right direction, and we'll find out where it's right, where it needs to be fixed, and we'll check with various places. But I think that we have to do this because surveillance is something I think which is totally destructive of a democratic society. That's it.
George?
Just a question about process or order here. I'd like to hear from the committees. I'd like to hear the committee reports before we have a general discussion. So we've kind of drifted off into a general discussion of the merits of this bylaw, and we haven't even heard or discussed the two committee reports.
George, why don't we start with you?
Well, that's what you get for opening your mouth.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. GOL voted on October 20 4-0 with one absent to declare this bylaw to be clear, consistent, and actionable. In your packet is an email exchange from KP Law, as well as a memo that highlights comments and suggestions they made upon review of this complex bylaw. Most of the specific suggestions, as already been mentioned by Mandy, from KP Law were implemented by the sponsors. For example, a purpose statement was introduced. It's now Section A. There had not been one in the prior versions. One place where the sponsors did not accept KP Law's recommendation was in Section B, definitions, Item 3, marginalized communities. KP Law noted that certain communities defined by, quote, income level, unquote, and or, quote, political perspective, unquote, are not recognized protected classes and may not be covered by state law, and so difficult to identify or avoid adverse impacts. Sponsors, however, chose to keep the original language. KP Law concluded in its opinion that, quote, adoption of this bylaw is consistent with state law. The proposed bylaw requires the town to do much more to justify use of surveillance technology than would otherwise be required under state or federal law, end quote. And for that reason, earlier it stated in its memo, this may, quote, expose the town to risks that otherwise would not exist, end quote. Their final statement was further, as with any bylaw or ordinance that regulates matters that are typically not regulated on the local level, challenges with implementation may require amendments at a future time to ensure the town's ability to comply with the same, end quote.
Are there questions regarding the GOL report? Okay, TSO, Evan?
Yep. So TSO, as I think Mandy hinted at, considered this at multiple meetings over a fairly long period of time. And I want to thank the sponsors because they were incredibly responsive to the questions, comments, and concerns that were raised by members of TSO over the course of those many meetings, at least one of which TSO meeting included staff representatives from the IT department, from the police, and at least one person who was there speaking on behalf of the schools. And so TSO not only discussed with sponsors, but did discuss with staff from the departments that would be heavily impacted by this bylaw. At the end, on the June 24th meeting, TSO voted 4-1 to recommend the town council adopt this. I can let that one dissenting vote speak to his vote if he wishes. But the majority of the committee felt that given the multiple revisions that the sponsors made in response to TSO, that the committee's concerns had mostly been addressed. Most of the concerns did lay with administrative burden, but as Mandy spoke to, there were significant changes that were made to make this easier to implement by staff. And I think that was part of the reason that led to the 4-1 vote on TSO. So yeah, happy to answer questions, but you also have the report from June in your packet.
Are there any questions of the TSO report? I don't know who voted against it. But that's identified in the report as well. Are there other questions? Andy.
Just to disclose, I was the one who voted no at the time of the meeting, but it was really a question of whether I felt that it was ripe to have the vote at that time for reasons that are no longer relevant. So had it been under different circumstances, I would have voted differently, and it has no indication of how I'm intending to vote when we vote on this, presumably at the next meeting.
Okay. Alyssa.
So I'm going to end up voting for this like I did at TSO, but I'm going to state two misgivings I have about it. One is I'm still uneasy with, and the sponsors know this because all those multiple trips they made to TSO, I brought it up frequently, which is that this doesn't summarize what we do now. And so we don't have a baseline. And I struggled for a long time with the fact that I didn't want to support it at all until a baseline was established. That still hasn't happened. And I appreciate the other reasons for wanting to do this. But I do have misgivings about the idea of starting to measure something from a point forward when we don't actually know what's in use right now. And that hasn't been described to the public. This is only talking about things that happen in the future. Then referring to what Kathy talked about, the idea that this is now down to a town council committee who I have no idea, based on our experience with town council committees over the past 3 years, how they would effectively gather this information. So sure, I guess I'll vote for it because I appreciate all the reasons behind it, but the execution of it still feels pretty wobbly to me.
Are there other comments? George.
Well, I'm glad I don't have to vote tonight. Probably won't be glad to vote even in a week, but I think I share at least some of Alyssa's concerns. This is an extraordinarily elaborate and complex piece of legislation to address a problem that certainly is real, but I have no sense of how real it is in Amherst beyond dashboard cameras, which, to my understanding, are basically designed to surveil the police, to provide a record of police behavior in interactions with the public. So the only use that I'm aware of is actually one that is concerned with civil liberties and is using technology to help us track that. So, you know, I understand the motivation. I appreciate deeply the extraordinarily hard work that the sponsors have put into this and the repeated changes they've made. And for the next week, I guess I'll ponder it some more. But part of me is reluctant to vote for something so elaborate and so complex with 4 different kinds of reports. In a situation, as Alyssa pointed out, we really don't have a baseline. And my sense is this is not an issue in Amherst. Could it become an issue someday? Yes, I guess it could. I think this could be achieved in a much simpler way than what we have in front of us. Perhaps in the end, I'll just vote for it through gritted teeth. But I do have a lot of misgivings about it as it's written, but that's my problem.
Shalini?
Yeah, I apologize. I haven't had a chance to look at it thoroughly. But I was interested in hearing the impact of this. Like, it just, again, I understand the concern, and that's real. And how does it impact and the implementation of it? And just what are the different impacts of it from the administration and execution aspect of it? And did I have another question? No, I'll stay with that one first.
Okay.
Like maybe hearing from town manager or someone, how does it, and yeah, I guess my other question, because I used to study privacy and security, was sometimes they were at odds with each other. So is there any situation where security aspect would be at odds with the privacy aspect?
Mandy Jo, you want to start on this one?
I'll start. The flow chart we put up gives you some idea of the administrative impact of what will need to be done when. And that is a number of reports, which is the use policy, which I wouldn't call a report. The use policy is, how is this technology going to be used? I think that would be something we would want, whether or not we have this bylaw. And then there's impact reports and all. But security versus privacy, always at odds with each other. One of the things we've tried to do with this bylaw is exempt as much of the sole security items as possible. So if you look at the exemptions in the bylaw as to what isn't included in the definition of surveillance technology, it's B7 in the not B7, it is B6, sort of, or B does not include item B for the purposes of this bylaw. Surveillance technology does not include the following devices, hardware, and software. And we've tried to exempt from the impacts of this bylaw access control systems, cameras for the purpose used solely for the purpose of security, computers monitoring work-related activities on security stuff. And then the other thing we did was we actually changed the bylaw. One of the things that KP Law came back with was one of the reports that we asked for in this, which was not the use policy. It was actually the, let me get to the right one, the impact report, I think it was, because we've removed it. So I have to remember which report it was. We had in there how the technology operates, and would be one of the things that needed submitted in order for the council to vote. And KP Law identified that particular item, writing out how the technology works, as something that could impact security. And so we deleted the requirement for including that in any of the reports in this bylaw, because we realized that's not necessarily the most important thing related to this bylaw, and we didn't want to compromise the security of the technology we would be approving for use under this bylaw. So we've tried to manage those two.
Paul had his hand up. Shalini, I'll come back to you in a moment. Paul?
So yes, so this is new. So it's going to be a new work that has to be done whenever there's new administrative, new technology purchased. We really appreciate the staff, really appreciates the sponsors' ability to listen and digest the concerns staff had, and they did adjust the bylaw to reflect that. And I think that it's important to note that this does not prevent any technology from being used. It just requires reporting and approval by the council. So if there is something the town, staff feels is very important, the council just needs to be convinced of it. The one thing though that has come up more recently since we got into testing, collecting data for testing for COVID, is that now we're collecting swabs, right? And we don't really know whether this applies to that. If we would have had to apply this because it's not a technology, but it is collecting swabs from the public to be tested for COVID-19. So that's just something, because we're starting to look at things through this bylaw, assuming that it passes. So there'll be things that we have to talk about and figure out along the way. But, this is something that we can certainly live with.
Andy?
Just for clarification purposes, on the chart that's currently on the screen in that triangular box at the top, is that meant to be A6B? I was just trying to track that back to the proposed bylaw.
Sorry about that. We did not change the chart when we added the purpose statement so that that large A would become a B. And so that would be B9B. It's probably B, section B. Let me make sure. Let me find it. Section B, 6B. So we've deleted a couple of things, and I didn't have the ability to change the chart once we finalized the bylaw. So I apologize for that not being accurate, but that triangle that says is technology exempt would be section B6B.
Okay. Andy, do you still have your hand up? Okay. I'm not opposed to us knowing what kind of surveillance technology the town has and how it uses it. I think that's an important question, and I think it needs to be answered. But I have to say, when we assign a report to be done by a committee, when the information that goes into that report is not a function of the committee, but is in fact a staff and administration function, I don't see how a committee can make that report without having full access and cooperation of the management. So as much as I appreciate the attempt to unburden the administration, God knows you all were upset because I drew a matrix because I was just trying to sort through something. I don't understand how this committee is going to do that without getting the assistance of staff. Mandy Jo?
No, it is definitely a concern. That community equity impact assessment was originally assigned to staff, and TSO was concerned that staff had conflicting, that's not to say staff would do this, but there were conflicting motives between analyzing the impact and getting the technology approved. Because the staff would have a motive to want the technology approved and therefore may have a motive to not necessarily accurately assess the impact on equity that that technology would have. That I'm stating that that was a concern, that is not something that anyone was accused of or anything, but that was one of the concerns with having staff be in charge of writing the equity impact assessment. And so we looked at different options for who could do that might not have those conflicting, those potential conflicting motives there. And so that's where we came up with originally the Human Rights Commission, and then a new committee, and then maybe an eventual resident oversight board. But in the end, the Human Rights Committee, after we consulted them, did not want to, they did not feel it was there under their purview, and did not have a desire to do so. And so we assigned it to a council committee because we believe that someone needs to look at that assessment. And I will mention that under the charter, our council and therefore the council committees have the right to ask questions of the town manager, and through the town manager, then the departments, so that information can be gotten by our council committees under the charter.
So are you saying that the raw information with some set of parameters will need to be provided by the staff, but that the committee, using some kind of guidance, some kind of guidelines will determine the impact?
So yes and no. When you look at what the impact assessment needs to include, it includes what communities and groups are disparately impacted by the use, what disparities were perceived and experienced, and what were the resulting adverse impacts. So some of that will be within the town's gathering data, as we've seen with the racial justice items in getting police data and traffic stop data. But others of it can be done through community outreach, perceived or experienced disparities, right? That's not something that's solely within the purview of the town staff to know. The town committees can ask for that information from the town's residents. And then also, things like approaches to bring to future reviews of applications, approaches for things like that. Yeah, you'll have to talk to the town staff, but we're trying to have a collaborative relationship with the town staff. So some of it's within the town staff knowledge, others is certainly information that the town council committee can obtain on its own.
And then through some level of criteria, measures, whatever, they will make a judgment as to, and I use that word, judgment, as to the impact.
Yes.
I find this very uncomfortable. I really do. I find it, and I am not at all against us knowing what kind of surveillance technology is out there. I am totally for it. And I'm not against us having surveillance technology as long as we know it's there. Although I do want to point out there's a ton of private surveillance technology out there that we don't know. And one of the most recent infamous cases where private technology solved the case is the Boston Marathon bombing. None of that was public technology. It was all private. Every day, our lives are completely infused with private technology. But I just cannot imagine how a council committee is going to come to that judgment of impact. And so, as much as I agree with so much of this, that piece just is sitting there and it's like, okay, I've said my piece. Kathy? Pat hasn't spoken recently, so let me come back to you.
I don't have a lot to say. Committees gather information and analyze it all the time for the council. And they make judgments to the best of their ability, and they make judgments, they make assumptions, and then they vote. And we get their recommendations, and then we can vote or not. The other thing is that the use of private technology, I don't remember exactly how the marathon bomber thing played out. I just remember him hiding in a boat. But there were lots of places where information was being picked up, I believe, during the chase. We're not stopping private surveillance.
No, I know.
We are talking only about what we as a town do. So I think that while the information may feel more volatile emotionally, it's still information, and the committee would be processing it like they do in TSO, like they do in GOL, like they do on CRC, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Kathy?
I want to build on what Lynn said, because I flagged the section I, that was the one that jumped out at me. It's an annual report Pat, you may think that committees are regularly gathering vast amounts of information, but I don't think we actually are. There are times when we, over a long period of time, manage to amass things, often by printed reports, where I'm thinking of the housing policy, it was pulling from different sources, but it wasn't gathering new information. This seems to me that we said it's too hard for the staff to do it on an annual basis, so we're going to move it over to a committee to do it. And I don't see any way the committee can do it. And so, and it's annual, and it has A, B, C, D. I mean, this is an 8-page bylaw. So it's, but this is the part of it that I just don't see how this annual report on the impact of it, as well as the policy, as opposed to the first parts of it that says, let us know what's being used. If you're about to buy something new, tell us what it is and what it's going to be used for. We should have policy guidance. I completely agree with that. So I'll stop there. But I sat there and thought, we don't, I can think of a couple of things in finance that I've been dying to get certain kind of information, but unless I commandeer an amazing amount of staff time, I'm never going to have it. And sometimes they would have to go out and do a study for me. So I think this is reaching too far on this particular aspect, not on the other parts of the proposed bylaw. And I'll stop.
Okay, Mandy Jo.
Two things regarding the impact. Number one, our community safety working group just did essentially an impact analysis of policing in town. They did it and we accepted it. So it's possible based on going out. And the second one is some of what we envisioned in going into this was surveys online or forms that can be filled out online, where you create a form, kind of like we've created a form for our community the CAF community activity form, where someone can go and say, hey, this technology impacted me, and you can collect that over the course of the entire year. It doesn't have to be a one-time thing. We've got Engage Amherst. Maybe it can be done during that. There's a lot of technology, might I say, that allows us to collect data on the impacts things have had without taking a lot of staff time if we set it up properly the first time. And as Pat has said, we've had committees do analyses on impacts of things, particularly with the community safety working group that we just heard presentations 2 weeks ago on impacts of certain policing activities there. And I know they had some consultants with some of that, but the consultants talked about nationwide impacts, but the group talked about Amherst impacts.
George?
So the sponsors expecting that at some point, either in this council's lifetime or in the next one, that a charge will be revised for one of the standing committees, and this will be added to their charge? Are they expecting that at some point the council, or every year, the council will look at each other and go, oh, wait a minute, we've got this report. Who wants to do it? So I imagine you're thinking that this would be something that would be assigned to a specific committee and would become part of their charge. That's my assumption. Is that what you have in mind, or what do you have in mind?
So we would argue that it probably falls under TSO's current charge without needing to revise the charge, although revising the charge to specifically put it in there is always more open, transparent, and reminds people that that's where it sits. But surveillance technology use in town is a town service in a sense. So it was envisioned, and I believe at TSO, there were even some comments from TSO members that said, oh, it sounds like this will fall to our committee. But that's where we envisioned it would go, but we didn't put a committee name into the bylaw because committee names change.
I think that's wise, but if I may, Lynn, I would just put out the thought that at some point that should be put in somebody's charge, because this is going to get forgotten. Okay, I mean, unless it's written down in black and white, and you know you got to do it, so you'll do it.
Yep. Are there any other questions or comments? This is the first reading. Alyssa Brewer.
Yeah, and so obviously I just as soon excise that whole section I, but I guess what George just said made me think, you know what? So we passed this bylaw, we have all the good intentions behind it, and then no town council committee does it. TSO just doesn't do it. They say, nope, that's too much work. We're not going to do it. There's no bylaw police that are going to come after us, because if they did, they'd have a lot to talk to us about, not the town council directly, because as far as I know, this is the only bylaw that directs the town council to do a thing. So I'm not sure why that's a good precedent and why this is a good start for that, but practical reality, which, you know, I always like to refer back to, and so we just don't do it. All the other parts are in place unless staff doesn't feel like doing them. And then a town councilor says, hey, wait, we have a bylaw that says you need to do that. But in all reality, yes, the public would probably wonder why we weren't doing what the bylaw said we should do. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we shouldn't pass bylaws we're not willing to live with. Shalini?
Again, I apologize if this is there somewhere in the report. I will go and promise to read it. But generally, when we pass bylaws, there is residents' concerns, or so I'm just curious about the origins of this bylaw, like what prompted the creation of this bylaw.
Mandy Jo or Pat?
So for me, it was reading some articles in papers similar to what was attached to this, of municipalities surveilling their residents and the residents not even knowing that that was happening, and that not feeling right. Originally, this bylaw had a facial recognition ban component to it, which was also a big part, but the state legislature has passed its own ban. And so we removed that part from this because the state has taken care of that big concern. But yeah, concerns of disparate impacts to certain marginalized groups in town that surveillance might happen for. Pat gave you an example of surveillance that just doesn't feel right. And I felt the town needs to know what the town's residents have a right to know what the town is doing.
Okay. Shalini, and this is a first reading. We'll be back on this on the next agenda. Dorothy?
However imperfect, I think it's a good idea to do this, because I don't want a situation where later on people in town departments say, well, I didn't know you didn't want us to do that. And how would they know that we didn't want them to do that if we hadn't said, we don't want you to do that? So I think we have to say some of these things go too far and we don't want them to do that.
Kathy?
I just have a question on first reading versus second reading. If you're only concerned about one part and you're fine with the rest, is that just at the second reading, we make a motion to amend? So this is just a process, because I do understand that the Community Safety Working Group gathered information. They spent an inordinate amount of time gathering information, and they did a really good job at it, and they worked hard at it. That was their focus. They wouldn't want to do that every year. We're assigning this as an annual report. So it's just this section that feels to me as an overreach for an otherwise extremely good set of a bylaw that we want to know what's happening. We want to know there's a rationale, and we want to know how it's being used. So Lynn, is a second reading when you would say,
yes,
okay, that's what I'm asking.
I mean, unless the sponsors come back with their own recommendation, and to the extent that that recommendation and change is not significant enough to send it back to committee, it would then have to be done by an amendment at the second reading.
Thank you.
Darcy?
I just want to indicate my support for this. I have supported it all along, and I agree with Dorothy's sentiments, and I am sorry that I didn't take the time to really put together a statement about it, but I definitely support it and will vote for it, and think it's something that the town needs, and should be implemented in towns across the state. So that's all.
Okay. Are there any other comments on this? Okay, seeing none, then we're completed the first reading. The next item is the proposed zoning Article 16 temporary moratorium on permitting and approval of large-scale ground mount solar photovoltaics installations. This is a bylaw that is being sponsored by Pat DeAngelis and myself. And there is a memo in your packet. And as soon as I can find it, I will start. Pat will then add, and then we'll move to questions. So as a District 2 counselors, Pat and I initially became aware of this issue because of a couple of our constituents who are members of Smart Solar Amherst contacted us to talk about their concerns regarding a proposed solar project off of Shrewsbury Road that would involve clear-cutting forests. In the process, we learned that unlike Amherst, surrounding communities, Pelham, Shutesbury, Sunderland, and Belchertown, as well as other communities in Massachusetts, have taken the time to create and pass specific solar bylaws. However, as we have learned, creating and passing zoning bylaws is not fast nor easy. We've all been part of that for the last 2 years. It includes research, drafting, revising, consultation with other town committees, more revising, presentation to the town council, and a vote of the town council to refer, hearings by CRC and the planning board, and review by GOL and legal review, and then 2 readings of the town council. And I probably missed a step or 2 in there. Therefore, we are proposing this moratorium bylaw on large-scale ground mount solar installations, allowing the town of Amherst to take the time to develop a specific solar bylaw consistent with our community's values. It is in no way suggests that we stop building solar and instituting other sustainability efforts. And it is not a moratorium that will prevent rooftop, residential solar installations, or any of the other solar installations that are presently in process. So, Pat?
Yeah, before I speak, I really want to thank Christine Brestra, Rob Mora, and Dave Zomack for being here. They're going to be available to answer questions, and it's really late, so thank you very much. The people of Amherst care about sustainability and climate mitigation. We've adopted the state's energy stretch code, passed a zero energy town building bylaw, became a green community, joined the New England Municipal Sustainability Network, and in 2019 formed the Energy and Climate Action Committee. In 2020, at the request of the town, Niche Engineering did a high-level geographic information system analysis to identify suitable and unsuitable areas for solar siting within the town for solar farms. In 2021, the Climate Action, Adaptation and Resilience Plan, thoughtfully created by the Energy and Climate Action Committee, encouraged responsible local solar development, asking us to adopt a targeted town-wide solar zoning bylaw that guides development to favorable locations and balances ecological, economic, social, cultural, and other values of the community's abundant natural lands with the need for renewable energy. Now, as we near the end of 2021, it is clear that we need to create a bylaw to facilitate and appropriately regulate the creation of ground-mounted solar installations by providing standards for approval, placement, design, construction, operation, monitoring, modification, and removal of such installations, guidelines that focus on public health and safety, environmental impacts, and much more. Without strong and explicit guidelines for site selection and design criteria, there have been and will continue to be a series of environmental failures and safety issues like those experienced in Orange, Ware, and West Brookfield and Williamsburg, Mass., where significant erosion and sediment transport altered protected wetlands, affected adjacent properties, and in Williamsburg affected the West Branch Mill River, altering 97,000 square feet of protected wetlands and more than 41,000 feet of riverfront, covering the bottom of the river with the equivalent of more than 1 acre of sediment pollution. All of this due to the lack of significant siting and design criteria. We can do better by giving ourselves the time we need to create regulations that will provide us with the renewable energy we need and the ecological benefits that we require to live healthy, balanced lives. Thank you. And again, I want to thank Rob and Chris and Dave for being here.
And I second, thank that as well. Thank you as well. This is the motion tonight would be a referral. It's for the moratorium bylaw only. It's not for a solar bylaw because that's what needs to happen. Are there questions from the council? George.
Yeah, I'm wondering how this would it apply to Hickory Ridge?
I'm going to call upon David and Rob Mora to answer that question.
I'm going to defer to Rob. Rob.
Yep. Rob Mora, Building Commissioner. So the current draft that's in your packet would actually not apply to a permit that has been previously issued by the Zoning Board of Appeals. So Hickory Ridge's special permit has been granted, and as long as it remains valid, meaning it doesn't expire in the 2-year duration that it's given under its terms, that would be able to continue into construction. This moratorium would prevent another application from being processed and ultimately approved by either the Planning Board or the Zoning Board of Appeals.
George, we actually were very careful to make sure we didn't do anything to upset the Hickory Ridge agreement.
Yeah, I guess my next question, but maybe it comes later and maybe not tonight, would be help me understand the difference between, that seemed to work fine without a moratorium, but now all of a sudden we need a moratorium. So I guess I'm trying to figure out why a moratorium is so desperately needed when a large scale, land-based, whatever, solar array is going to be created, and they seem to work out fine. But now all of a sudden, the argument seems to be that, oh no, we've got to have a moratorium because it won't work out fine. So maybe that's for another night. I don't know. I appreciate Rob's answer. That answer is, I figured that was the answer, but I guess also I'm struggling with how, that seemed to work just fine given the permitting and all the rest of it, reviews and so forth. So I guess I would need some help with that at some point, maybe not tonight.
David, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I'm not sure how far into the details you want to get tonight, Lynn, because I presume this is just whether to refer or not. But George, to your question, one of the key differences here is that there's not large scale clearing on the Hickory site. So there's on the order of about 200 or fewer trees that would need to come down on Hickory, which sounds like a lot, but another proposal that is before at least one board in town is is closer to on the order of 40 to 50 acres of clearing. So that's one key difference.
Mindy Jo.
So I can't support referral. George hinted on something. This is at least the fourth, if not fifth or more proposed solar, large-scale ground-mounted solar installation in Amherst. The old landfill, done maybe a decade ago, and the town didn't decide it needed a model bylaw or any bylaw to deal with this, that the current bylaws were fine. The new landfill, we're almost starting construction. When that was proposed, we didn't need another bylaw to determine when proper siting and all is there. Hickory Ridge, just a couple years ago, no outrage and anything and need of a moratorium or a bylaw. But now, when it's up in North Amherst, suddenly we need a moratorium because we can't have these. The model bylaw from the state's been out since 2014. Thank you to public commenter Jerry Royce for indicating the date. That's 7 years ago. What have we been doing for the past 7 years? If we thought we needed it then we should have been doing it then. The only reason it's coming now, from what I can see, is because there's a proposal and people aren't happy with that proposal. That is not a reason to institute a moratorium. I'm not saying it's not a reason to do a bylaw that deals with issues and matters, but it's not a reason to need a moratorium because someone doesn't like a project. On a more immediate matter, 65 days is January 12th, but there won't be committees. There won't be a CRC formed starting January 3rd, which means there aren't 65 days to start a hearing. Even if I noticed the hearing tomorrow as chair of CRC, I couldn't hold it until November 30th at the earliest because of the notice requirements. CRC has four referrals in front of it now that it's still holding hearings for and needs to make recommendations. CRC has added a fourth meeting this month to try and get through all of that in time for bylaws to be heard and read and done by the end of this calendar year. We're not even sure we're going to make it. And now this is an emergency that needs a moratorium, and we have to hold another hearing with a council that will not have the same members in January. So that means the hearing will be held by councilors that will not be sitting on this council in January. There's no guarantee that the council will vote within the 90 days of whenever that hearing can be held, even if it can be held in the middle of December between holidays, which means you'll need another hearing, which is more money, because every notice costs some money. It is, to me, not the right time, both due to the reasons for proposing the moratorium, but also because of the change in council, to send this off to a committee to start holding hearings when that is not the committee that will need to actually, potentially the hearing would be held in December and a new committee would actually make a recommendation because the meetings would just not exist after the hearing if the hearing goes long enough. So I can't support a referral.
Shalini?
Yeah, I want to make a couple of comments and then I have a few questions. So one, I want to acknowledge the residents who are going to be impacted by the project. And, you know, our home is a personal sanctuary and it's going to be impacted. And I think we need to acknowledge that, and we need to have a space to hear people's concerns, how it's going to impact the quality of their lives. And secondly, of course, I think we all in this council agree that there is a bigger issue here of our larger home, planet Earth, that is being impacted. And some of the residents spoke to that. This is not just about the abutters, it's about all of us. And we are in a climate change crisis, and there's urgency, and we need to be looking at this from a place of concern, from a place of our love for the trees, our forests, and the ecosystem that it impacts. So I'm just saying all this because this is all the struggle I've been going through, and I've been waking up at 2 a.m, besides being jet lagged. But it's really worrying me that we are making these decisions based on our own lens that we're bringing to this issue. And my invitation in making these comments is that we create a space for all of us to be able to listen to each other, to listen to the different perspectives of the residents, but also the people involved, the community investors. And I don't want to think of them as greedy developers and all of that. We need to get rid of that language. This is too big an issue for us to be creating us and other. We all need to be working together on this issue if we're going to come up with a good solution for our Earth. So I'm talking about the community investors who've been working on this project, I believe, for several months now. And so I want to hear from the town staff that this project was brought to them and it was with their guidance, with their approval, that this project has been moving along. So what has changed in this project, and or has anything changed, or what does the town staff feel about this particular project? And my other concern is, have environmental scientists looked at this? Because there is an ecosystem involved and each project is different. And one other thing I want to say is that people came in very strongly that we don't want to cut forests. And I completely agree. If we had the option, we should not be cutting down any trees. But what I'm hearing from several scientists and several researchers, that it's not that simple. It's not that, yeah, we need to keep our forests intact and we need to build solar on rooftops and whatnot, because the science is clear. We don't have enough rooftops. We don't have enough of all of that. That's where the difficulty is. If it was as simple as, hey, we have enough land to build the solar, this would not be a discussion. Why it's a challenge is because we don't have enough land. And so, yes, we do need the study. I am going to suggest that we do need a study and of what are our solar needs in our town and what are the ideal spaces if and where we're going to cut down trees and and someone has to come and do that. I don't know what the answer is. So I'm not coming in really not knowing the answer. And I'm not coming in one way or the other. I'm just bringing in all the questions that are there that I want to know from the town staff when they were guiding this particular project, what do they feel about it? And secondly, the environmental scientists, have they looked at this particular project? Is this a good enough place? And then thirdly, moving forward, yes, let's look at a bylaw and what are the constraints and all of those things. But for now, we have a community investor who's been working on this project for a while. And how can we bring them into the conversation and see what needs to happen that's best for the planet Earth that we love.
Shalini, thank you. I want to continue to have people be aware of the time, and Zena's using the clock again. Does anybody in the staff want to comment on
that? I mean, I'll be very brief, Lynn. I want to make it clear, if it's not to the council members, that this is not a staff proposal. This is a council proposal, put forth by Pat and Lynn. And yes, they consulted with town staff. It's our job to go out and look at other, when asked, requested to look at other model moratorium bylaws that have been used in other towns, and Rob and Chris did some good work in short order to do that. This is so we also, I want to make it clear that town staff don't approve projects. Committees and boards and the council approve projects. So we haven't given this project any approval. That was referenced a couple of times. It's a very complex project. It's a complex site. And as multiple speakers here tonight have indicated, it's a very complex issues. the project itself is only before the Conservation Commission at this point. It has not been heard by, as far as I know, by any other boards or committees. So it's very early in the process. I think the Conservation Commission, and they'll take this up again on Wednesday night, have a number of questions, significant questions about the feasibility of the project and the project's impact on natural resources off of Shutesbury Road. And so that's where the project is in the process. And I believe it will come before the Zoning Board of Appeals at some time in the coming 30 to 45 days, if I'm not mistaken, and Rob or Chris can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Thanks.
Can I just respond back to that, or should I wait?
I'd like to hear from other people, Shalini, okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Evan?
Thank you. So this is one particular issue that I've been wrestling with, because as someone who, has his academic background in environmental science and specifically in watershed ecology and in wildlife, the conservation of forest land is something I pay attention to. And yet at the same time, we as a community set really bold climate action goals that are going to require us to deploy renewables locally on a level that I think goes beyond what we can feasibly do on rooftops and parking lots and landfills. It's great to say to do that. We actually don't have that much land that's rooftops that are suitable or parking lots. I think that we should cover all of our parking lots with solar canopies. That's not going to be enough. We actually do need, if we're serious about local energy production, we actually do need industrial scale solar. And where that goes, I think, is a big question.
Evan seems to have been frozen.
Moratorium on something. And I get really uncomfortable with moratoriums that are proposed in response to a particular project. I felt that way with the building moratorium that was proposed in response to 11 East Pleasant. And I feel that way about this that's proposed in response to this one solar project. Because at the end of the day, I think that stopping things is not the best way to move forward. And in many ways, I actually have a lot of faith in our Zoning Board of Appeals and a lot of faith in our Conservation Commission to evaluate this project on its merits and to do the right thing. So I'm not particularly inclined generally to approve a moratorium, where I would be inclined to approve an actual solar siting bylaw that works into this. But I'm just not a fan of moratoriums generally as a course of action. But my question, and I think I know the answer to this, but I think it needs to be heard out loud, is my assumption is that the groundswell of support that we see for this moratorium is intentionally to stop this one solar project on Shutesbury Road while we create a solar siting bylaw. My understanding is this moratorium will not stop that project, that the developer could freeze the zoning and do this project even if this moratorium goes into effect. And so I need to hear clarification from staff if that's true, because if it's true that this moratorium will not stop that project and there are no other large projects in the hopper, why not work on the solar siting bylaw and not do the moratorium?
David, Rob, Chris, or Rob, either one.
So, okay, I said I would let Rob handle questions tonight, so I'm going to put my hand down.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, so there's no guarantee that that this moratorium would stop that project that's been referenced. The Mass General Law does give the opportunity to a landowner to freeze the zoning by simply filing a preliminary subdivision plan. We've seen it done recently in response to other zoning bylaw amendments. It's happening right now in other cases. So it's probably very likely that that would occur and this moratorium would not, may not affect that particular project.
Thank you for that clarification. So yeah, I think just building on that, if this moratorium is not going to impact that particular project and there's no other project in the pipeline, I'm confused, and maybe this is a question for the sponsors, why we'd spend our time debating and doing public hearings for and committee review of a moratorium instead of just trying to move more quickly to do the actual solar siting bylaw. I'm missing this connection.
I will only answer what I've been in my conversations, and that is that it would probably take a year to 18 months to develop that bylaw. And while there may not be anything else in the pipeline now, that doesn't mean that next week there won't be. And I looked at this thing not as a moratorium because of this particular project, although this one did come up. But I was actually quite shocked that Amherst did not have a solar bylaw.
And for me, this is definitely not about one project. This is something we're going to have to address in multiple ways. And if you go back to the niche report, it talks about suitable and unsuitable sites. It talks about brownfields being a suitable site. I'm sorry, I'm tired. And a forest not being a suitable site. And the more we find out about the science and the places where there's a disagreement, we have to take the time to really look at this. This project may go through, but we can't afford to wait that year and a half. And if Mandy and Joe and I are any example, and Kathy with wage theft or with surveillance, it takes a couple of years to get something through. And we're being impacted now, not just the abutters, but they do have wells and things that they're concerned about. But the whole town is being impacted by this. And we really need to look at it. Not my...
Dorothy?
I think that we need a moratorium so we can create the solar siting bylaw. The fact that we didn't do something in the past is certainly no reason why we can't do it in the present or in the future. Particularly with solar, it's a new technology. We've been very excited about it, but we're learning about it all the time. Our knowledge now seems to be at a different stage than it was before. I think we're dealing with a responsible landowner. I think that we have time to do something, and we have to do that. We have to take our present knowledge and apply it to the situation. What we knew 5 years ago is not what we know today. Everything is changing. And so something that seems simple and easy is not as simple and easy. And we find that we have to weigh competing values. Obviously, there has to be a way and a place to site solar arrays that we need. And we have to put them in many different kinds of places under many different kinds of situations. But right now, we're kind of naked. We don't have a bylaw. So we need to do one now. That bylaw will have to be amended in the future because the technology will continue to evolve, continue to change. But to say we can't do it now because we didn't do it in the past, I mean, that's just kind of silly. So I support the moratorium. I hope it won't be too long. I think we're all committed to solar, but we know that we have to have a more balanced understanding of what is and what is not in the best interest of the community.
Darcy?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that the solar installation that is proposed is very different from the other installations that we've had in town. And the reason is that it's proposed for parcels that are entirely forested, 100% forested. And that's not anything that we have done before. That's a huge difference from projects proposed that we've had on brownfields like our landfill, and even other ground-mounted arrays that are not forested. So that's the difference. And my initial position is that there's no reason why we can't have both forests and solar arrays. There is actually no reason why we can't do both. And we need to do both. We need to keep our forests and we need to have solar arrays. So we don't have to sacrifice one for the other. I'd like to see proposals for solar in those preferred locations, such as rooftops, parking lots, and brownfields, of which we have a lot. And even the elevated ground mounted solar. So bottom line with regard to this motion is that we need a solar bylaw. The process of writing one will involve analysis of the issues that we brought up today and more that we hadn't thought of. We need to look at best practices, and we need time for that type of analysis before we permit solar installations. So I do support this motion for a temporary moratorium on large-scale ground-mounted solar installations.
Okay. Steve?
Well, I've lost track of who said what, but I think that Council Ross said pretty much what I'm going to say, that I don't support generally I'm not going to support any moratorium. I didn't support the building moratorium. I don't support this moratorium. I think moratoria are a terrible way to legislate, and it's a sign that we haven't been doing our job. And I don't believe that. I believe that we have been doing our job, and that's why I didn't support the building moratorium, because I trust our planning staff and I trust our planning board and our zoning board of appeals. In the same way I trust our conservation commission, I trust our whatever boards. I have not been following this project at all. But in general, I don't support moratorias. So I will not support the referral. The other thing is the forest change, right? So I go walking through the forest. I love walking through the forest too, like a lot of the public speakers do. And what I come across are stone walls. And those stone walls are a reminder that our forests have not always been forests. At one time, all those forests were farms. And so in fact, we had largely clear cut all of this part of, in fact, we largely clear cut all of New England. And then we didn't, because farming moved to the West or to the Midwest. So we stopped farming here and up came a forest. So I see this as part of a new evolution of the way that those forest lands are used. This is the next phase. I also think very much we reap what we sow. We want to have net zero energy public buildings. The next step is to have net zero energy all buildings. If we want that, we need to produce the power to make that happen. We're not going to rely on some other area to produce our clean energy. We should be doing it ourselves. So if we don't do it, it gets kicked down the road to some other community that doesn't have people as willing to propose moratoria. I think it's time for us to produce our own power. So the other thing about parking lots, everyone wants to put the solar canopies on parking lots. If we had enough parking lots, thank God we don't. That might be a good idea. But once you put a better use of parking lots or brownfields are, quite frankly, so parking lots go where there's a parking demand. A better use for those parking lots are places for people to live or places for people to work. So and I don't even have any parking lots in mind, but we have this theory that there are a lot of parking lots where we can put solar canopies on. But once you put a solar canopy on a parking lot, you've frozen that parking lot as a surface parking lot, one of the worst uses of land for some period of time, 20 years, 30 years, something like that. So quite frankly, the very little I know about this proposal, to me, and I read the Kate Sell article that was Alicia Campbell sent us, and also Senator Jones sent us the same article. To me, I'm not a scientist, but to me, it made sense that this is not a bad proposition. So I'm against referral.
Thank you, Steve. Kathy?
I wish we did have this bylaw on the books, and I think it would have been nice to have it be part of the priority set that we had at the beginning of the year, but we didn't. So the only way I can see to buy us the time to put it on the books is this proposal. I would, however, really like to know that someone is going to work on writing that bylaw, because if we put this in place, I want the bylaw on the books fast. It may have to go through a series of hearings, but we need the bylaw. So we can't say, let's just hope that a few, it's going to miraculously appear. So I would like a real commitment for a subset of people, and it doesn't have to be just counselors. We have a large number of people, and Pat's been working with people clearly that's been looking at other towns and cities. Find some and just come to agreement on what the core would look like and move it fast. So I would like a short period for a moratorium so we could get the bylaw written. I think they're combined, and I think clear-cut forest is a different issue. So if we talk about right siting, we have a big solar installation up where I live. It was a lot of trees, but it wasn't all forest. It wasn't near a lot of running land. There weren't any vernal pools. So if we talk about where and what, partially forested, we're going to have to make choices. And Steve, I don't agree that we can't have it in other parts. We're just a 7x7 square mile town. I mean, we need to be thinking about this as regional. We're never going to do climate change if we say each town has to do just one thing. We need to have a regional approach and a statewide approach to this. So there may not be enough brownfields in Amherst, but there may be brownfields elsewhere. And I just think we really need to be careful because these things are not reversible once they're gone. I watched the clear cut happen. I've never seen clear cut before, but I thought I'd gone on to Mars when I walked out the first time, that I'd taken a wrong turn because the trees were ripped up by the root. They were just gone. And fortunately, the whole area is surrounded by trees. We didn't lose everything. We just lost a patch of them. So I will stop there because I know long-term we have big choices in front of us, but clear-cut forest doesn't seem like the best way of going.
Shalini?
I just want to respond to a little bit to Kathy. I have been working with a group of people, including people from Shutesbury and Pelham, to create a bylaw. And if you read the moratorium, it would end sooner if we get the bylaw done. So I think that that's a very important issue. We're not saying, oh, we're going to create a bylaw and then there's still the moratorium, but we really want a pause. Sorry, go ahead, Shalini.
I think I'm hearing two things. One is, I think we're all in agreement that we do need a solar bylaw. And the second thing is that we are getting different pieces of information that about there being enough land and we can keep the forest intact. And what I'm hearing from several scientists is that that's not possible. That we will need to cut down some trees. And that's what the bylaw is there to do, is to find out what is our assessment of needs and where do we do it. But what I wanted to say was, what we also have in place is, I don't think any of us here are, I don't know personally, but I'm not personally equipped to say whether this is the right place to do the solar or not. But we do have a conservation commission. We have the boards, as Dave pointed out. They are doing the process of assessing whether this particular project is in the right place and whatnot. Let them do their job. Let's focus on the bylaw anyways. And we have an ECAC committee, which I think is fully ready to take on this if we reach out to them, give them a year. And I think my sense is that it's a year or so that they will take if we give them a clear mandate to create the solar bylaw and let them figure that out. But the third thing I just want to say is that what we also heard is that this particular project can still go ahead. If they go into the subdivisions and whatnot, this will still go ahead. So instead of alienating the community partner and having them spend all that money on subdivision plan, why not bring them into the discussion if indeed the Conservation Commission and all the boards find that this land is okay and it's able to do it by creating pollinator gardens, by doing the right kind of remediation methods. I'm not for it, by the way. I do not know is what I'm saying. But we do have experts. We have the Conservation Commission. We have the boards. Let them figure out if this is the right land. And if it is the right land, work with the community partner, how can they take care of the needs of the neighbors, use that money they would have spent on subdivision and anyway going ahead? Can they use some of that money to protect the neighbors, to create pollinator plants, to do the remediation that's needed to do that? And that's what I would offer over here, but I don't believe any of us really in this group can speak because we're hearing different pieces of information from scientists. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
I just want to say quickly, and I agree with you, we're hearing different information. I'm not arguing with you about that. But pollinator gardens don't replace the sequestration power of trees. It's not, I can put in a pollinator garden.
Of course it isn't.
And nobody's saying that we're not going to work with the developer or anything else. So I really think
we're putting a moratorium, so that's not working with the developer. We're putting a You're saying we're working with the developer. But
no, I didn't say we are. I said we're
Point of order.
With the developer.
I thank you.
This is way out of
Pat is speaking. Thank you. Pat.
I don't want to have an argument because that's not my goal. My goal is to counter or actually to support Chalonet's position that we're getting really different information. We have legislators who are using information that the group I'm working with is using, and they're talking about statewide suitability regulations. So, we're not off the beaten track. We have Belchertown, Shutesbury, Pelham, who have already done this work. And they're, anyway, I'm sorry.
Right. Are there any other comments at this time? Shalini, is there any other comment at this point? I just want to be fair to other people.
I can wait for Evan to speak first.
Evan?
So I'm actually not even sure how I'm going to vote on this yet, but I get the sense that it's probably going to be referred to CRC. And so often we talk about what we're looking for from referrals. And one thing that I would be looking for is some consultation with Energy and Climate Action Committee. I know that TSO, one of the things that we always make sure we do is identify stakeholder committees and get input from them. CRC to date has mostly just worked with the planning board, and obviously, since this is a zoning amendment, we'll have to work with the planning board again. But this is one where I think we really need to get ECAC in and get their opinion on this and just the issue more broadly, since I think that even if this moratorium doesn't pass, we did see that there is a clear interest in a solar siting bylaw. It seems like there's almost unanimous interest in that, even if there's disagreement over the moratorium aspect. And so making sure that we're getting ECAC involved very early on, I think is going to be really useful here.
As has been done with various bylaws, CRC has been outstanding in consulting with appropriate committees. So I would assume that it would not only be ECAC, but it might be the Conservation Commission. It might be any number of committees. Mandy Jo.
I go back to my issue as chair of CRC, which is how many hearings? And if it gets continued with the hearing being held in mid-December and no other CRC meetings till the end of January, where I can't even continue to a date certain because there's no committee and no meeting date, what do I do? This is part of the problem I have with this referral is what do I do as a chair when this hearing is potentially not even able to be concluded by the end of the council's term? And there won't be a committee until mid to late January. Yet if you continue a hearing, you must continue it to a date certain, number one. Number two, I can't guarantee that we can have it with the planning board because, again, there might not be a quorum for a December planning board meeting. And in January, there's no committee to set a hearing date for. There's some real practicalities of referring this to a committee that does not have a seamless transition in the less than in the time that this hearing has to be held. And so this, even if this council wants to hold hearings, it doesn't have to be done with CRC. The council designated CRC as the body to hold hearings, but the council can say for a certain bylaw, we're taking it back. And then the council can schedule its own hearing. We know when councils meet. We could put the hearing, and as I said, I'm not going to move to refer. You could put the hearing if you decide to do it within 65 days of today, as it brought to the council, on January 6th, the very first council meeting. Then you'd have at least the councilors that will be voting on this holding the hearing. Because right now, that's not going to be the case. And there's a real possibility that the committee that holds the hearing, those 5 members will not be the 5 members of a committee that actually makes a recommendation based on that hearing, because it might not be able to be done in that amount of time.
This is not going to be the first time I'm going to say this. I'm sorry, it's not going to be the last time I'm going to say this. We can't stop all government just because we have a transition. So we just need to figure out what we do. And Mandy Jo, you've made a couple of suggestions. One is to not have it referred to CRC and have it just referred to the planning board. Another is that there may have to be a continuation after a point, but we have to figure out, if it even is referred, how we transition through the next 3 months. And believe me, I don't have a magic bullet on that one. Darcy.
I was just going to say the same thing that Mandy Jo said, which it seems like the answer to that is just a simple referral to planning board. So that's really all I wanted to say.
Alyssa.
Trying to be practical. So we're going to dump it on planning board. We still have to have a hearing. It isn't like we don't have to, right? It's either CRC or town council has to have a hearing. And so just saying send it to planning board is like a useless statement, because we're still going to have to do it. I totally appreciate the transition point. Obviously, this is a new thing for all of us as to how that's going to work. And so I want to talk about the practical for a moment. If after you go through all this process of whoever's holding the hearings, et cetera, it's not going to be done with this town council. So this town council, it doesn't sound to me, has a 9 out of 13 vote to make this moratorium possible. So if this town council doesn't have that, then what is the point of jumping through all the hoops of the referral to hold the hearings on a bylaw this town council is not going to support to the extent of 9 out of 13? That does not make sense to me. I totally support having a solar siting bylaw. I don't see how the moratorium gets us there. And it just feels like an exercise in trying to rush something through at the end of the time when completely different people will then eventually be making the decision. And sure, maybe they'll get a 9 out of 13, but again, the process will be all muddled. That's why it makes more sense to me to wait on this particular issue, just as there are going to be other occasional issues we decide to wait on. That doesn't mean that people couldn't be working on the solar siting bylaw, which clearly they already are starting to do.
Shalini.
Also, I'm curious why we're not trusting the commission, the Conservation Commission, and the existing boards to do a good job of this assessment. And secondly, can we invite the ECAC to see if they would be willing to, and do they feel equipped to do the work of the bylaw, the solar bylaw?
There have been some preliminary discussions with the chair of ECAC. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's as far as it's gone. I have a motion. It's the motion that's on your thing and on your sheet. And so I'll make the motion, and if it fails, then there's no referral and we're back to ground zero, if you will. to reverse zoning bylaw Article 16, temporary moratorium on the permitting and approval of large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic installations, sponsored by Councilors DeAngelis and Griesmer, to the Planning Board and the Community Resources Committee for hearings held no later than, I'm going to say January 12, 2022, and for a written recommendation and explanation as to whether the proposed bylaw is not inconsistent with the master plan for the Planning Board to the Town Council and to the Community Resources Committee no later than 21 days after the Planning Board hearing, and for the Community Resources Committee to send a written recommendation to the Town Council, and to submit all materials to the Governance Organization and Legislation Committee for review and clarity, consistency, and action of the within 60 days of the hearing held by the Community Resources Committee. Is there a second?
DeAngelis, second.
Thank you. Is there any further comment? I assume, I'm just checking on this, Mandy Jo, the January 12th is not negotiable. That's the state.
Nope. State law says you have to start the hearing within 65 days of referral.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Any further comment? And we'll move to the vote. We start with Mandy Jo.
No.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
No.
George Ryan.
No.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
No.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Sarah Schwartz.
Yes.
Shalini Balmilne.
No.
Alyssa Brewer.
No.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. It's 7 in favor and 6 opposed, no abstentions and no absence. The next item on the agenda is the town council's discussion of the town manager's self-evaluation. You've received a copy of the town manager's self-evaluation. He is prepared to make a presentation, which is in your packet. Given the hour, if people would prefer not to have that presentation, we could still have him do it at a subsequent moment, but I have asked that I have extended the time by which you give me your evaluations of the town manager till next Monday at noon. Shalini?
Yeah, I have an appointment that I need to leave for. I know it sounds odd, but it's 10 a.m., 11 a.m. in India, and I'm committed to my parents, so I have to leave for this, sorry.
Okay, so let the record show that Councilor Balmilne has left the meeting. Paul, is there a few comments you'd like to make at this point?
I think at this hour, Lynn, I recognize the work that council's put in. So no, I think my written work stands for what I have to say.
And thank you. Alyssa?
So given that I have a lot of ownership of the previous process, I'm going to agree with dismay that there's no time to discuss this now. But the whole point of this being able to have this discussion is so that when we're filling out our forms, which I'm sure all of you have already done except me, but when you're filling out your forms, that you actually understood what the town manager was trying to tell you in his report, and that you don't have a question later because you won't get another chance to ask him. So I still think this is a valuable part of the process moving forward. I think we just have a problem this year with our timing.
Okay. We also have a conversation about the town manager's goals. The purpose of this conversation was to basically get a sense from the town council the extent to which they see significant change in the goals, and to then refer it to GOL, who comes back to us with a proposed set of goals. Having said that, I want to mention that when we first put these goals together a year ago, we actually said, these are really long-range goals. And so the question really is, to the extent, do they need massive transformation or a tweak here and there? Pat.
I'm going to make a suggestion that because of the hour, that we send to GOL our input on this instead of trying to have a discussion here.
That was the goal. Is anybody have any input at this point? Otherwise, we're just going to refer this to GOL. Mandy Jo.
I guess I'm on GOL, so I get my chance there, but I would say they need updated to reflect things that have happened in the past year. Whether they've been completed or adopted or stuff, but that's going to take some significant, not significant time, but that might look like significant changes, even though they're really just updates. But I do think in relation to community health and safety, we need to, as a council, have a discussion on which community safety working group recommendations need to be included in that in terms of implementation of that community safety goal.
Okay. Alyssa?
Right. And since we don't have any answers yet on any of that, I don't see how that can be incorporated. And the other problem I have with this part of the way the process has been working here recently is that we're sending this off to GOL when, again, maybe all of you have finished completing your forms, but I certainly haven't. And until you actually do that and see how it all adds up, we can't be having this separate conversation about the next set of goals, because it might be that a number of people on the council believe that certain goals that we have need to be changed based on their completing that form, based on our reading session. I think it doesn't make any sense for GOL to spend any time talking about this until after we actually complete the evaluation. I mean, we can refer it to them, but I don't want to see their goals before I see everybody's evaluation of the town manager. Like, that does not make any sense to me. I want the process to follow so that we determine that the goals we set for them were reasonable or unreasonable based on our completion of the forms, then based on our composite and our reading, et cetera, rather than just this whole parallel process over here that's working out goals that the next council is going to have to figure out when we're not done with this yet. So if we want to refer it to them and just leave it sit there for a couple of weeks, I guess that's fine too. But I don't want to see them come back to us with an answer before we've finished the evaluation process.
The present schedule does not have them coming back to us before we've completed the evaluation process. The present process has them. Well, there is some overlap, but we can change that. They were to come back with their goals. We have the reading session on the town manager's evaluation on November 22nd. They were going to come back with their recommendation for the goals then, but we could change them coming back with the recommendation for the goals on the 6th. Which means they don't
The
overlap.
motion says the 6th, Lynn.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, That's good. It does say the 6th. Thank you. It's late. I'm trying to decide whether there's any way to have Paul make a presentation next week. Oh my God, that agenda is so awful. Just bear with me for a minute.
Been frozen?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I thought you were frozen there for a minute.
No, Kathy, hold on one second.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, one possibility that I'm going to propose is that I extend the timeline by which you have to have your responses to me to Wednesday of next week so that Paul can make a presentation about his goals, about his town manager evaluation at the next meeting. But we still adhere to all the other guidelines. So let me try to be clearer. At this point, you originally were supposed to have your evaluations of the town manager to me as individuals by this Friday. I'd already extended that to Monday at noon. And now I'm suggesting that I could extend it to the, I don't know, midnight on Wednesday. 8 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. So that it gives us an opportunity for Paul to present on his performance review at the next meeting, and I will move some other agenda items off. Kathy.
That's what I was going to suggest, Lynn, that I'm fine with what you just said, but I would, I'll send you comments on the agenda for November 15th, November 22nd, the 6th, the 22nd, because they look too full to me. And so when you look at it, and so when you talk about this bumping, I had some things for what else could move all the way down the line, because on a few of these, it looked to me like we were starting at 5 p.m. and going till past midnight, you know, or not having a discussion. So I think what you've just done is given us some breathing room on this, but we're going to need it on some of the others as well. They're not.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Alyssa?
So unfortunately, just to make this complicated, I think we're talking about two completely separate issues, and I don't know how they've become conflated. One is that we didn't get a chance to have the town manager present tonight, so you're suggesting he do that next Monday, and then I somehow magically incorporate that, despite my weeks of working on this, within like 24 to 36 hours. No. The evaluation is still due Monday, which I appreciate the extension on that, is still due Monday. He's not going to get a chance to do a verbal presentation this year because that's how we managed our time this year. If we have questions about what he put in our packet, which he also gave us a slide presentation for, he's just going to have to take calls from us. The real problem is the goals, which has nothing to do with next week's schedule and has zero to do with his presentation on Monday versus the wonderful information he's given us in writing. So we may need to talk about goals perhaps a little bit more at length at a future meeting, because he didn't get a chance to explain more about this year to us in person. But again, I feel like this year, in order to cut bait and move on with this, we just go ahead and we stick with your newly revised timeline on Monday. But he doesn't give a presentation Monday night. We have the information we have. He provided us 2 sets of information for tonight. And then the goals themselves, as you indicated, aren't until now the 6th. And so it's a little tight in terms of that time frame with our reading on the 22nd and GOL somehow meeting and revising those and getting them to us in advance of the 6th. But I think that's where we're at.
Further comment? Darcy?
How many meetings does that give GOL to accomplish that? Is that just one meeting? Because
George?
I'm kind of wondering why, since this is like a document that we could have gotten like months ago. I guess I'm just wondering why we're just getting it now.
The document on the goals?
Yeah.
You've had the document on the goals all along. What Alyssa's pointed out is that it's very difficult, or for some, it is difficult to look at future goals before you've done the evaluation of this year's goal, of the town manager based on this year's goals. The issue isn't whether or not you had the document. The issue is the timing of the evaluation in relationship to setting the goals.
Can we stop?
Yeah.
It's not midnight. It's not midnight yet.
No, I know.
Can't stop
Dorothy.
until at least midnight. GOL has 2 meetings. It meets on November 17th and December 1st.
Thank you, George. Dorothy?
Can you tell me again why we have to do new goals now? I don't see any reason.
Right
why.
after you complete the town manager's evaluation or close to completing it, you always set the goals for the town manager for the next period.
Well, why do we have to?
Because they need to be updated.
Well, let's update them later. I mean, we have to use some common sense, Lynn. We're overburdened. Half of you are asleep right now. I'm still awake, but I'm a night person. I just see people folding all over the place. We can't do everything. So the goals, nothing terrible will happen if we do the goals a little bit later. Or even do them with a new council.
Well, the new council will look at them for sure. All right. I